What up, everybody? We're going live, having another fun sesh here today. Push the sun through the dawn of the moon. Hope everybody's having a good day, guys. Yeah, oh man, everybody's already here. We got Alex, we got Veggie, we got Clara. Shout out to everybody. You guys all rock. Again, I'll say it once, I'll say it twice, I'll say it 3 times. Got the best fans, best friends in the world. You guys ain't just fans, you're friends, guys. I get to know you guys on this live. I get to talk to you in the chat. I get to see you guys. I get to have a lot of fun. I'm enjoying this quite a bit, guys. Go check out our Discord. Feel free to post some pics, guys. Talk to me when I'm not here. It's a great place. I also get to see when I go live. And again, what a fucking group of fans. We got our boy Noah. He fucking donated that $50, so we're gonna have a little preview session of what's to come this weekend, guys. It's okay, Clara. You don't have to hide stuff like that. That's what everybody's here for, support. We also got buymeacoffee.com if you guys want to support the channel, sponsor a video. So what's going to happen is this weekend, guys, I'm going to get a big pack of fireballs. I'm going to get a whole pack of fireballs, and I'm going to get a case of beer. And me and Noah's going to go live and just have some fucking fun. But till then, I don't know if he's going to be on here today or this morning. I got a big one. This is a big one. The tall bottle. So I don't know, maybe a couple shots. I'm doing a little warm up here because I got to get ready for this because I ain't a big cinnamon fan. I got Budweiser. I don't got the Modelo. So he wants me to get the Modelo and the Fireball, which I'll be doing this weekend. But we're going to kick it off right, guys, with a little practice warm up sesh. Oh, shit. I didn't grab my fucking dabbers. Ah. All right. We're back. Yeah. Yeah, that would suck. My extra joints. Got it. So this is my 18 to 14 adapter I use for my Metatron. All right, guys, let's get this going, guys. You're allergic to cinnamon. Oh boy. Eyeball. Dun, 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 dun. I don't like it a lot, but I'm gonna deal with it. This is for my boy Noah. Longtime friend, longtime fan. Nice sponsor for the vid. So again, this weekend we're gonna go extra hard, guys. I'm gonna get a whole pack of these. I'm gonna get a pack of the Modelo. I feel great, guys. You know, I drink all that water and shit you see me in the other videos, and it makes you feel so good. There's nothing wrong. Your body's mostly water. All right, guys, this is gonna be it. We're gonna get faded on this one.
Can do.
Yeah, buddy, WW, you know it. I can't wait to get that tie dye. Shout out again. See, my fans are so awesome. WW's got a tie dye on the way for me too, so I'm excited about that too. So, love you guys. I'm gonna be rocking that. I gotta find my other tie dyes. I got my laundry all over the fucking place. I think I do so much laundry, and I must have like I have all these like old T-shirts I got to go through that I don't even wear for some reason. I keep in my drawer, so I'm always have to shuffle through all these other T-shirts I don't even wear. So I gotta fucking get rid of some of them. It makes my throat itchy and cough. Oof. Well, here we go. We're gonna have some fun. Show you how it's done. This is a big bottle. They had 2 bottles, so I think this is like a double shot. Cheers, buddy. Again, shout out to Noah. He's helping sponsor this channel, sponsor this video. This is let me see here. Sour sage. The sourest of sages. What did I watch last night? I finally watched Minecraft movie with my kid. He watched it, he hated it, didn't like it, so he's 14 years old, so it must have missed that demographic, or at least it missed him. He's a Minecraft fan too. He knew every single thing in it, but he goes, "I don't like it." I was like, "Is that in the game?" "Yep." "Is that in the game?" "Yep." "Is that in the game?" "Yep." And then after it's all over, "So you like it?" He goes, "Eh, not really." I also got some butane because I was out of butane. I was running around a lot this morning. Cheers, Joey, Clara, everybody, drive by. Again, you guys all rock. All right, we're gonna start it off. I'm not gonna do this whole thing. I'm gonna just do probably like 3 of them, maybe. We'll see how many we can do here. Ooh, I don't want to smell it. Uh-oh, I hear somebody calling in. It's the White Russian. That's how much I did. What up?
What's going on?
Kicking off the stream right today, buddy.
Yep.
How you been?
Oh shit! Hang on, I forgot the thing.
That's what I did. Cheers. Cheers and beers. And oh yeah, what else? A special stream. I also pulled out a new rig, guys. Well, not a new rig. You know, I clean my rigs. Pulled out a clean rig, I should say. Pulled out the snafu for this sesh. This is one of my favorites. One of my best daily drivers. Widest base I know. It reminds me of those old cups with the sandbags in the bottom of them that you'd be able to put in your car. They said it wouldn't tip over.
Yeah.
Those things used to be popular. Not as popular anymore. I guess everybody has cup holders in their car now.
Yeah, you don't need that anymore. Right now, like the problem is that cup holders aren't big enough.
Yeah.
People are making like thermoses and cups and shit that are too big for cup holders.
Yeah, I know. Like, you know, when I walk to the car with my gallon bottle of water, nowhere to put it. You ever see those, you know, all these, I go to the gym a lot. A lot of these gym guys come in with a whole gallon of water. And I'm like, Jesus, just do like I do. Pound it really fast. And then you don't have to carry it around. I get my gallon done in the middle of a video. Got my Cabo San Lucas shirt on, getting ready for Cabo. All right, let's do a dab, guys. We're going to do a dab out again. Shout out to Noah. Love you guys. Best sponsors in the world, best fans in the world.
Right? Huge shout out to Noah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm saving up this weekend. Me and him's gonna go live. I'm gonna get a case of the Fireball and a case of the Modelo's for him,
Oh yeah.
and I'll be pretty faded.
Like you could fly this from the same location.
No, we'll just be live on here. I'm gonna try to get him over though. He is out here. He is out here in LA though, so I can't get him over. You hear
Yeah.
about the lady who died doing the gallon? Yeah, I remember that gallon one. Yeah. What happens is what you don't understand is my wife's a nurse, is when you drink the fluid that your heart has to pump it around your body. So you don't realize that actually your heart does a lot to get that fluid moved around your body. And if you get too much fluid in it, your heart has a hard time pumping and moving it all around your body. The more you know.
Overdose on water.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it also probably a weak heart. Not everybody would do that. I know guys that can chug a gallon of water in, 30 seconds and they're totally fine.
All right,
All right,
dab
guys.
time.
Dab time. Get your nails out, loaded bowl short, don't show much. Turn on your vaporizers. Pour your beers. Pour your shots. We got the Fireball here. Dun, 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 dun. Initially drowned. Yeah, it wasn't that she actually drowned. It was her heart gave out though. Anytime you have any kind of drinking contest, your heart just can't move that fluid around. Yeah, just don't get the water in your lungs. I don't think it was water in her lungs, though. I don't think that was it. She would have known if she was drinking water in her lungs. She would have been coughing.
Well, you get water intoxication. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not like in the lungs. It's just you're just drinking so much that your body can't handle it.
Dude, David No Pants. I've been following him. He hasn't been doing a lot, like you said. He hasn't been on Carnival a whole lot. He's been kind of all over the place. I got to get him on that Royal Caribbean cruise. That'd be cool. I thought your cells can't take it. No, no, no. I talked to my wife's a heart nurse. Basically, if you have too much fluid, your heart can't move it around your body too much. Your heart gives out. It actually has to do with your heart, which is shocking. You never would think water is going to affect your heart until you realize that it has to get that fluid moved around your body. It also probably dilutes a lot of your blood too. Who knows? But I do know it has to do with your heart. There's other people. There was several people in drinking contests that ended up having issues. All right, loaded balls,
Yeah,
Rogers, Robles, turn on. What'd you say?
I'll do this.
First dab of the day. Cheers, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Sour sage.
Yeah, that one got me. I got allergies I'm dealing with. I don't have any proper allergy medicine.
It's hard to cough after a dab out. Oh yeah. Mm. Uh, uh, that one warmed up my body. Ooh, man, I got some good conspiracies. I follow this one guy. He's a scientist guy, and let's see if I could find. Let me try to find something real quick for you guys. Uh, check this out, dude. I got this crazy conspiracy I was watching. I followed this guy the other day. Yeah, see if I can find it. Videos. Here it is. I'm gonna find this one video I watch. Oh, there it is. I want you guys to definitely check this video out. Maybe after this. Morning, guys. So this guy is a scientist, and he usually talks about space, and he's a very smart guy. He kind of looks like Albert Einstein. Let me show you real quick, Mark. Yeah, so this guy right here, his name's Professor Simon. So this guy right here, this is a great video. He does a lot of, like I said, space talk and stuff. And in this video, he talks about a lot of aliens and stuff. And he kind of explains it more like it possibly is a government thing. And he knows a lot. He's a very, 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 very smart guy. And most of his videos are probably not going to ever be about UFOs and shit. So it's a really cool one to watch. But basically, he goes into that the government has these things and these plasma weapons and stuff that can shoot out these plasma orbs that'll go around an object, and it's a tracking thing, and it'll track the object, and then it has this plasma cannon that'll just disintegrate it, which could be what happened to the that Malaysian plane that disappeared. There's a video of these orbs flying around it and it disappearing. A lot of people said it was fake and debunked, but there was testing done on that video where I guess the frames per second on the video taken is 6, and then the frames per second on the actual video is like 24, meaning whoever took it actually took a video of a computer, so they add like 2 different frames per second. But anyhow, back to what's going on here is the government has this thing, it's called like gargantuan or something he was talking about. And if you ever seen the movie, God, what was that movie with Will Smith? Uh, come on, Mark. You,
Wild Wild West,
no, 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 no. It was the one where the government he could spy on them and shit.
Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State. So if you watch Enemy of the State, they have these satellites like zooms in. It can like read your fucking cell phone. He says the satellites in government that they have now called like gargantuan, he goes, makes that look like a joke. He goes, it can literally take a picture of a city. And if you say you want a blue truck, it'll tell you every single blue truck in the city, which direction they're going. It said it can track any cell phone, point everything out, and it basically can find anything. And it said like it would be something that would have been used to actually track that airplane, and that they could possibly be using it as a tracking system for weapons. So it was an interesting thing how he was talking about it. He goes, because basically you can just find anything in the world, then you put these plasma orbs on it, and then you can just zap it out of the sky with this like laser cannon. So it's crazy. And like this guy doesn't ever do conspiracies. That's why it's so crazy. And he's like, really scientific. And so it was crazy to see him talking about UFOs and shit in this, because he was all over the place in this. But he was basically saying the Tic Tac is probably a part of that gargantuan problem that's like an overseer. So it just flies around scanning the earth basically. And that way it knows where everything is. And then you just basically use AI to filter everything out, he says. So you'll be like, I need to find Mark in a white pickup truck. And it tracks your pickup truck down, tracks your phone down, can zoom in on you and just follow you everywhere you go. And he said, so that's the new system. He says the government has these satellites, and he said he shouldn't even talk about it. He goes, but he named what they were called, and they're these 44-foot satellites that they got all over the world, and that they help to spy on everything too, and they're part of the system. So it was interesting. He was basically saying that all these orbs and Tic Tacs possibly part of the government, and it's like a spy system.
I don't know. So I say that we're being drip fed things like how we say, oh, this is how this is right now, like what you're saying. But how do you know that's how it? Maybe that's how it was, but it's something bigger now. You know what I mean? Like we're
What
getting that information.
I think it's basically though, I think we're like he was saying that the government's a good 20 to 50 years ahead of us.
Yeah, it's just everything that we find out, like these conspiracy theories. It might be worse than you think,
Well, and
or
then
bigger than.
hey guys, you want to keep going on? I mean, this isn't even a conspiracy theory. So we had that power outage that happened over in what was it, Spain and Portugal? Is that right? And they had that
Yeah,
huge power outage, and there is a pole shift happening. There is a huge solar flare happening. There's a lot of crazy shit happening. I also I follow a lot of crazy YouTubers. Well, not crazy YouTubers. I follow a lot of scientific YouTubers, is what I should say. And this one guy follows the pole shift. He follows the solar flares off the sun, and the sun is just emitting crazy solar flares. And right now, our Earth, our magnetic field is really weak, and that's indicating a pole shift. And during a weak field with these big solar flares, he says in the next 2 weeks, we could possibly have some huge power outages. So, I mean, hopefully it doesn't keep getting worse and worse where we end up having, more power outages even in the US.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
Ted.
it's the summer. Summer's coming up, so
And that's when it's the worst. You got people in like, Bakersfield, Scottsdale, and these areas that's, 120 degrees and you need air conditioning, and, they're not going to be good.
Yeah.
Well, I think conspiracies are always good. You got to always try to think outside the box, whether it's a joke, whether it's entertainment. You can't always be just agreeing because we already all of us stoners can already agree the government has no idea what the hell THC is or THCA. As if they say it's hemp, they just even though it's the same fucking letters, if they say it's hemp, they're like, well, it's different. So we already understand that the government is that stupid. So that kind of worries me about everything.
Maybe they're maybe they're just that smart. They know what it is and how much money they'll lose once they legalize it. Like the tobacco, alcohol, pharmaceutical industries, they're all like they all give money to the government, big large amounts of money. So that's why it's kept illegal,
Right.
because the government uses a lot of money. Because unlike like alcohol, not as easy to make. You
Right.
gotta have you can put some yeast in some juice and make and wait a little bit, and then damn, you got some alcohol. But like it's not as easy it is to grow weed. Like you can't just grow tobacco. You can't just make your own Adderall or Viagra or whatever that you might need. Like
Yeah,
you
but
can't just
but
make.
again, but again, with weed, I can if I had a 4x4 10, I can grow all the weed I need for myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but so but no, you don't hear about anyone having an indoor tobacco grow, or someone having a backyard tobacco grow.
I'd have to think about that, but that's the same thing as like having an indoor cocaine grow, where I think you need a lot more, and you can't do it indoor, basically, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, this government would lose so much money once it's legal.
Yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah, 100%. Weed's easier to fucking grow yourself. That's
yeah,
for sure. Versus anything
and
else.
like keep it illegal and crack down on it, but they can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible. You need to just give up. They're wasting money. Like Doge needs to be looking into that shit. The war on drugs. That's what Doge needs to be looking into.
Well, you know what I
Am I
really
right?
like is yeah, I mean, everybody can get mad that Elon Musk is in the government doing whatever. I would rather have more outside people coming in, that are like heads of like big companies that come in with a different eye and just run it like, a real business should be run instead of just
Different.
running it with just
Different
blinders
point
on the whole time.
you can give them a different point of view, but giving them power.
I mean, I don't think he has power. He tells. I'm sure it goes through chain of command. It ain't like I highly doubt Elon Musk says something and it just snapped. It was like he probably has to like everybody. Okay.
Well, I haven't really heard much about Elon lately. He's probably tending to Tesla, which is losing money. He's got other shit he needs to worry about. He's a businessman who has
I
different
heard
companies.
Tesla's coming back. It doesn't matter. He owns so many companies. It's like it's always funny when like who was it?
Once
The Jimmy John's guy shot a lion or an elephant or something like that, and they're like, "Don't get Jimmy John's," and it's like, it doesn't affect him, you know what I mean? It ain't like, these guys are so high up in the chain. It ain't like he's losing money because of you.
it's,
Uh,
I think anyone can agree that once corporations get into government, that's bad news, and that's exactly what's happening. And
well, I
if
mean,
you don't think that,
you
you're lying
seen
to yourself.
you seen Idiocracy, right? Remember all the advertisements? Didn't the president even have like advertisements on?
Yeah, like we don't need that shit.
Uh,
We need things to stay separate, so there's no one can be influenced into doing something that a corporation wants, a company wants, versus
yeah,
what the
David.
people need.
I thought Tesla just had a big spike, so it's okay. I mean, well, I mean, it's funny. These people are damaging Teslas. They're not hurting Elon. They're just they're just getting themselves in trouble. It ain't like Elon. Every time you damage a Tesla, Elon loses like $10 or something.
Yeah, well, that's not insurance covers that shit, so it's the insurance company that has to pay, which I don't give a shit about insurance companies. But the thing is that I don't know, just want you don't want corporations getting into
Yeah. All right, load your bowl, short
Okay,
gun, short bunch, turn on your vaporizers,
so
pour beers, pour shots. What'd you
all
say?
I'm saying is whether I'm right or wrong about how Tesla's doing in the stock market, corporations getting into the government is a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's my knowledge.
There's the eCam link. Anybody wants to jump in?
The government needs to be influenced by the people, not by companies, not by things that aren't people.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, right? Because they've been there doesn't mean it's right.
well, I mean, that's why a lot of these, what is it? These guys are into stock markets, right? Isn't all these politicians owning a lot of these stocks and these stock markets and shit?
Yeah,
You know,
they're owning stars.
Nancy Pelosi is like, I think they said her stock markets are like, I forget the numbers, but it's like a crazy percentage of being correct. You know what I mean? You
They
know,
all doesn't matter what party. They all have stock markets. They can all influence the stock market because they are politicians. They're in charge.
well, don't even forget what they do during war times. Isn't that the whole point of war?
Oh yeah, they make the most.
Like that's a conspiracy. I don't think hardly anybody talks about. Everybody knows about, but I mean, war is about making money, right?
Yeah. So yeah, they need to look into fraudulent spending and Department of Defense, the War Department. Like they need to look into waste on the war on drugs. That's where they need to look at the waste.
Right. But like, have you ever noticed before a war, leading into a war, all the politicians start voting and pushing a lot of the stuff that's going to be used and spent on the war? You know what I mean?
Lobbyists getting paid to pay other politicians to sway votes and yeah.
Flipping over budget cuts. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. What I want to know is are we going to ever? I don't understand how $21 trillion being lost isn't like a major like. All right, let's everybody hold up. This is a major thing because that $21 trillion can help us quite a bit. So let's figure out what the fuck happened with that, right?
Okay, so where is it?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just
Um,
saying is like, why
it's
isn't that a major event? Because like if you came over and out of the blue, I found out I lost more money than I ever had, I would just be like, well, we got a huge issue here.
yeah,
Oh, veggie.
man.
Guys, I hope you. I don't know if it's too loud. They're working on the roof, so it's way louder inside than it is outside.
No, you're doing
I
good.
can't. Oh
I'll
yeah,
move
I've been
here. Hold on. Let me move this up here. There we go.
nothing sucks more than having the roof worked on when
No,
you're at home.
y'all want to hear the level of
They
shit I
start
woke up
early.
to. So I woke up to them working on the roof at 6 o'clock in the morning, pulling the shingles off, and my cat was locked in my room, and he shit on the floor, and he pulled socks on it. So I couldn't find it for 20 minutes looking for the smell,
He's
and
hiding it.
then
He buried it.
And then when I come out to take a dab to wake up this morning, the power goes out and the Wi-Fi goes out, and it was out for like 2 hours. So that was fun.
Damn.
The power
Yeah,
went out.
Yeah.
transformer blew. Yeah, a transformer blew like a couple, like 100 yards from our house, and did the
Ironic.
whole
We
neighborhood.
were just talking about the power outage possibly
Yeah,
going out, dude.
that's why I was laughing when I joined the stream. I was because y'all were talking about Spain.
Here's
That's
my
crazy.
shit. Big socks.
The solar flare caused that transformer.
It probably did.
Yeah, man,
That's
that's a shitty morning. We have
it's a
waking
literally a
up.
shitty morning.
Literally.
up to roofers is the worst, man. Like you're waking up thinking you're getting fucking bombed or something. You're getting
I
attacked because they're up
th-
there nailing shit.
this was the shot glass I got in my last shot glass exchange bar crawl at the cruise. It's got a
I can't
bear.
Oswald shot glass.
That's a
I'm
cool shot
pissed.
glass.
Oh, now I can hear something. Yeah, I can hear him. Or is that like a leaf blower?
No, that's a weed
I
blower.
got a weed blower up there too.
It ain't that bad.
Oh,
Honestly, I think whatever was going on with Justin's feed that one time Justin was on, that was worse.
Well, when the power was out, they one of the dudes threw like a whole load of shingles, and our Wi-Fi runs a wire across our backyard off the roof, and he threw a big pile of shingles and it hung on the wire, and I'm like, hey, don't do that! You gotta watch out, because like I'm okay with 2 hours of no internet, but 2 days is gonna be a problem.
Dude, I remember my mom's house was the same thing. They would run these crazy wires, and it would just be like drooping from my mom's backyard over to it. It was like the worst job. It looked like someone just ran a wire to it, and I was like, man, anything falls on it, it just exactly same shit, same shit. And it's like if a fucking branch
Yeah,
falls on it, it's done.
yeah. I
that
was like, heck
decide to throw
no,
their shit. That is where they decide to throw their shit.
right?
Of all the places they could have thrown their shit. That's
Yeah, they're
Damn.
paying for it. We're gonna get that fiber optic if they fuck it up.
Yeah, I got Google Fiber. It literally is the best shit in the fucking world if you ever
Oh, you
get
got
that.
Google Fiber?
Yeah. I'm running 1,000 up, 1,000 down. It's fucking fast.
We get it. Well, if he's actually getting 1,000, because we pay for gig and I only get 500.
All right. Well, I mean, I run tests. I get over 900 usually on a test. Here, hold on. Let's run a test real quick. Let me pull you over here. We'll do
Speed
a
test
quick,
by Ookla.
we'll do a quick testy.
Isn't that what
Uh,
everybody uses? Speed test by Ookla.
is that the best way to do it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I just do Google.
that's who they use though. That's powered by.
So this is usually what I run. If I got to do it a couple times, there we go. Bam.
Damn, that dab got me.
So yeah, I'm going
Now it's
about
like,
912 down
dang, that's fast.
and 854 up.
Dang. Yeah, the upload speed is crazy fast. Nah,
Yeah.
that fiber's good. He's getting a gigabyte of upload speed. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's why I can
I don't
run.
think we get that much up.
That's
I
why
think we only get 30 up. Yeah, they only give us 30 up.
I know up is always so low. I'm at 850, so I'm supposed to get 1,000, but I mean,
Awesome.
I'm pulling about
Yeah.
850 to 900 usually
So I
up.
bet you're uploading videos pretty fast when you upload.
Oh yeah, that's why it's nice when I get anything downloads, uploads, it all is just so quick. It's beautiful. That's why I can stream
That's
on multiple platforms. That's why I'm on. I could probably add. Shido goes. I could be on every platform if I wanted. so I just have just be streaming everywhere.
oh fuck,
Uh,
man, that dab got me. Love cold starts.
yeah.
Where's
And
Noah?
what'd you say?
Where's Noah?
That's a good question. You know, I was hoping he'd be on here for this, but I didn't think he would be. So I just said it was a shout out because this weekend I'm going to get a pack of, you know, how they sell these by like 10 pack or something like that. I'm going to get a pack of
Yeah, the one with.
yeah, I'm going to get a pack of these and I'm going to get a case of Modelo. We're going to go hard this weekend.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is my little warm up because I don't like cinnamon. So I got to get a taste for it.
Yeah, Fireball Rex. So what were we talking about? Conspiracies?
Oh yeah, the conspiracies have been great, dude. I've been like following a lot of guys. This one guy has this one. It's called like I want to call it Gigatron. It's a spy satellite that can literally can spy on anybody. So it'll take a picture of an entire city, and then it can find anything in the picture. It's like Where's Waldo to the extreme.
There, I got to figure it out. There's this interview on a podcast of the DoD whistleblower. You probably know what I'm talking about. He was talking about some shit like that. How we're basically living in a trickle fed simulation. Like What the government has is not. It's not even on a similar playing field that to what we know.
Well, that guy I just posted, he is a like he usually talks about like Matt. He's a very smart guy, like a physicist. You know what I mean? And he never
Yeah, I've
talks
seen that guy. The
He
the
never
with the
talks
white hair. I've
UFO.
seen him
Yeah, he
before.
never talks usually UFOs. And he was like, "This ain't UFOs. This is
Yeah,
government.
he
That's
never
just
talks like abstract, like
no, I follow him for other
serious.
shit because I like to hear about him talking about space and like, I don't follow all conspiracy shit. I follow a lot of real shit. That's why I follow a lot of the solar flare shit. The guys who do the solar flares aren't fucking conspiracy guys either. You know what I mean?
Wait. Let's get a sky check. Let's get a sky check.
Yeah.
No, no chemtrails today.
There you go. I love the moss and the trees though. Dude, I miss that.
No, I knew Mark liked that one.
Oh yeah. You get those. I get a palm tree in my background. Where is it?
You mean contrails?
uh
It's heavy metals in the sky.
I don't know. Well, I follow a lot of 747 crews. See, I follow a lot of pilots too. They all say chemtrails can't exist because they're like, we know our weight on takeoff and landing. If there is chemtrails, it would have to be like a separate airplane. It wouldn't be like a fucking commercial plane because all those pilots are like, we know all of our weights, and shit like that.
It's like
I don't think it's
a
commercial plane.
fucking Saving Private Ryan. You seen
There's
that one,
chemtrails
right?
in Saving Private Ryan. Are you for real?
When they bolted down that Jeep to that plane, and the guy couldn't control it and ended up crashing. They put
Oh,
like
because
this
he didn't
huge
know it was in there.
metal plate to protect the general or whatever who was on board, and ended up crashing because they didn't
I
tell
haven't
him.
seen Saving Private Ryan in so long.
It's a good movie.
And
No,
there
it
and
turned
there
off.
was a chemtrail in it.
No,
Oh,
there's no
oh,
chemtrail.
Yeah, that's what I'm
oh!
wondering.
I was where I was like,
Yeah,
where'd this
I was
come
like
from?
wondering where that came from.
I'm just saying, like the pilots know their weights because if they don't,
Oh yeah, yes.
they end up
All right.
crashing. They're crashing their shit.
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck did Saving Private Ryan come from?
Well, an interesting thing is
Chemtrails and Saving Private Ryan.
my grandfather, he was a World War II guy. He talked about the kamikazes, and you know how they did those. Those were a lot. My grandpa said they were. I don't know if this is 100%, but he said that they were prisoners. That's how they got released. And they said, this is how you kind of get a release. And he said they only gave them enough fuel to get there. So it wasn't like they gave them extra fuel to fly around. So it was like either you get there and you hit them, or you can't come back at that point. You know what I mean? You don't have enough fuel to make anywhere else. So it was interesting how he talked about he never had to go to Japan. My grandfather was in like North Africa and Germany and shit, but he talked about some of that shit.
I find that hard to believe because if you gave a prisoner a plane, he would not. He would
So
probably fly to this island and fucking land and fucking be
No,
free.
no, no. What you're talking about is an
On
American
God.
prisoner. These are Japanese guys. I forget. It had
Oh no,
probably
he's
to do
talking.
with
Yeah, you're talking about like POWs.
yeah. Well, I don't know who it was, but I mean, I'm sure. I mean, even
They had
prisoners.
to teach
If
him how to
if you
fly
say,
too.
"Hey, look, we're gonna release you," and you're gonna be not you're not a what is it
I mean,
a
flying's not exactly like
well,
Nintendo
no, it
though.
isn't that. It's about not being a bad person to your family. You're a prisoner now. You can actually do something good. You know what I mean at that point. And for the Japanese culture and shit, it was very important for them.
Have you seen Godzilla? What is it? Godzilla minus one?
Gotcha.
No.
Oh
No,
no,
yeah, it came
Gotcha! Don't kill us.
out kind of recently. I think it's still on Netflix.
I
I'm
know
not
which one you're
sure.
talking about.
But it's
It's
a
like it
great
was made.
movie.
Yes, it's a
Like,
Japanese made one, but it's rather well made.
yeah,
That's-
it's like
hmm.
this guy, the main character, was a kamikaze pilot that backed out last minute. He chickened out.
Well, again, like you said, fly around. You ain't gonna fly around if you're taking off from Japan and you start making a turn going the other way. You don't think they're just gonna shoot you out of the air?
Oh no,
I mean, it's like, no. You got to keep going, bud.
he landed on an island
Yeah,
where they're
no,
like,
there was definitely like a fail safe for like dumbass pilots who thought they would be courage.
But it was interesting. I said, "Why didn't you just keep flying?" He goes, "Well, they just gave enough gas to get there." So, like, once you get there, you're already running out of gas anyway. So,
Yeah, but there's still enough gas. They can go any direction. They go to any country. It's not like it's just
I don't
like
think you understand the culture though, the respect they have, and like they're trying to do good because they were probably like a bad person. They feel bad. They were like, "This is how I can gain respect again."
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an
Yeah,
honor
their
thing. It
respect's
is
based on
definitely.
age too.
But I mean, you're right. I mean, I understand what we say. I say the same thing, but my grandfather was like, "No, no, no." They lived like a different way. They wanted to, they felt bad for what they did. It was a way to get their respect back, I guess.
For the ancestor.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's what just they were told to make them feel better about killing him.
Yeah, I mean, well, you got to figure, in Japanese culture, you see the guys in movies, they kill themselves when they feel like they do
Oh,
bad.
the
You know what I mean? I mean, it's been in their culture for years.
Not
It's like
all.
disrespect feels horrible.
Japanese did terrible things to the Koreans.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's the interesting thing you could look up is they used to be they had porn, nudity, prostitution. They had weed and shit because of like herbs. And then when Americans took them over for World War II, the Christians, they got rid of all that shit. So they used to be all into all that shit. Sure. They wasn't as stuck up basically as what they are now. The Christian culture took over during World War II.
we
I can
we
karate kick
kind of
too.
we took away their ability to have a military, so they had to put focus on everything else. I learned a couple days ago that Australians had a Pearl Harbor too, because Japan attacked Australia the same day they attacked Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And
Similar,
so just the emus.
Well,
huh?
Australia is like what, British, Britain or UK or whatever.
Yeah, it was under British colonial rule.
Yeah, look up Australia's war with emus. They that shit. Like the giant flightless bird.
Yeah, no, the
They
war against the emus. Yo, no, that
yeah.
they teach that to them in the books. Like that's part of
Well,
their like elementary school like civics.
There's a city out
Like
in California.
we had
You
like the Civil War, they had the Emu War.
wait, you
You know,
now, you guys in California, there's a city called Solvang, California. Beautiful city, right? It's
I
like
want to go there.
I go there all the time, and it's like a Dutch town and shit, right? So they got like windmills and shit, but they also got a lot of beer places. What do they call them? Where they craft their own beer.
brewery.
Breweries, and then they also got a lot of vineyards and shit, and then they got it's just a beautiful chill city, and we like it. They also got this place where you can feed emus and ostriches, and so we
There's
go
a.
we
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
there is so we go there all the time, and it's like $1. You get a spoonful of feed, and you get to feed them. We do that, and my kid, we went there, and he was probably like 9 years old, and he went to do it in this one ostrich because they have emus and ostriches in the same pen, right? You could tell they look different. Ostriches are the white and black ones. Emus are kind of ugly. And this one ostrich walked up and bit my kid's finger, and he dropped the whole thing, and the ostrich got the whole bucket, right? And the whole
You know,
pan. It's a pan. And then the other lady, these two girls came up and he did it again. I go, well, that ostrich knows what's up. Because instead of just nibbling it out of the pan, he learned if I bite the finger, they get it at all. So
That's
he
just
just, I was like, what a
yeah,
fucking
drop it,
bitch ass ostrich. Yeah.
bitch ass.
but no,
Big
there's this
bird.
video on Watcher that where they go to Solvang, and I'm excited because I want to go there. That's like on my bucket list because it looks amazing. It looks fun. Like,
It's
and
so
I want to
chill.
try
It's
those
chill. It's chill. It's
pancake
so
balls.
chill.
Where they
What'd you
I know
say?
what they're called. Those pancake balls that they have there. It's like a specialty that they have only there.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I go all over. I have pictures. In the mornings they got these coffee shops with these pastries, so you get these nice little puff pastries and some nice lattes and shit, and just chill. And like I said, they got this.
Cars.
What?
You drive around all those little cars.
Yeah, and you can also they got this place. What's called a speakeasy, right? So you go in this place at the library. and you're walking
Yeah.
around a library, right? And you move this one bookshelf and you can walk out onto like a patio and there's a fucking speakeasy. They have like 5, 6 beers on tap. And that's about it. You just chill there. They got some swings and shit. And it's in the back of the library. It's so cool.
Yeah, there's this video on Watcher where I don't know if anyone's seen BuzzFeed Unsolved, where Ryan and Shane haunted houses and like Shane's a skeptic while Ryan is a believer, they'll go into haunted houses and Shane will call out the bullshit. Well, there's this one video where they go to solve them and they pretty much do everything and yeah, like people should check it out.
Yeah, I
That
love
video.
solving. It's I'd say
It's like it's a little
40, it's about 40 minutes from me. It ain't too far, maybe.
it's
Maybe a
like
little
it's like
further.
it's like a
I know in between me and there is that place. Maybe it's longer. It might be an hour or two. I could be wrong. There's this place that in between that had that peach or the special pea soup. It's a famous pea soup, right?
Butchie
And
peas.
no, it's a famous pea soup, and I think they might have got rid of it, but it was a very famous place that had some pea soup.
man, whenever it took me someplace like out of the way for a pea soup, man.
Famous
Like
famous pea soup place in California. Sorry, guys, I was talking to ChatGPT. I'm gonna figure this shit out.
I want to
it
know who's
wasn't.
gonna
Yeah,
be.
it's called Pea Soup Anderson's. Pea Soup
Gross.
Anderson.
I don't think I like pea soup. I don't think I've ever had pea soup.
I don't like peas I like soup. I was gonna say I don't like peas or soup.
Yeah, I like soup. I'd like to go to like the soup Nazi place.
All right, we're gonna
Like a
look it up.
certain soups, but yeah, I like peas. And a place that's specialty is pea soup
Yep.
doesn't sound like my kind of place. Who would
Pea,
suggest
s-
that?
Soup place.
Pea
Who would
Soup Anderson's. See, look at it.
What
It's
the
by
fuck?
Solvang. See how they have these
Yeah,
crazy things?
yeah. No wonder you recognized it as a place that had pea soup because the
Dude,
fucking logo is a bowl of soup.
it's horrible. Look at that.
that looks
What the fuck?
gross?
3 croutons,
Look at this though. Look at that. You tell it's by
pea soup,
Solvang because of the little
pea soup,
windmill.
and 3 croutons.
All right, let's look up Sol. Love this place, guys. I go here all the time, guys. Look at this.
What are those?
Dutch City, baby.
What are those little breakfast things? What are they called? I gotta.
What do you mean?
It's that thing that they serve only there. They're like little
Uh
pancake balls.
I don't know. I don't
No,
even know if I've had them.
those right there.
There you go. I've never had these. I've been here like 5 times.
Oh,
I gotta
yeah,
get them.
Abel's Skeevers.
Albert Scarver? The Albert Scarvers?
Yeah, Abel Skeevers. They're like little pancake balls.
Oh yeah, the
And
Abel
Skeevers.
Skeever?
next time you go, get some Abel Skeevers.
Able Skeevers.
Yo, I don't know if I need something called Abel Skeever.
Dude, it's just like a fried pancake ball.
That sounds
It's
crazy.
I'll give it a shot. I literally been there like 5 times. I never fucking had that.
that's what I get the first time I was there. You gotta get them. You gotta try it.
That's hilarious.
Boop, 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 boop.
I love Solvang. There's this place in Georgia called Helena, Georgia, and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a Dutch city. I lived in Gainesville, Georgia, and I used to go just north to get to Helena, and we used to go there all the time. Beautiful little city. Same thing.
Man, Gainesville.
Yeah, I lived in Gainesville. I was in middle school in Gainesville, Georgia.
I lived in
There's a game
Macon for a
full
little
of
bit.
meth heads.
Yeah, I went to middle school at
Both Gainesvilles are full of meth heads.
in Gainesville. I was at North Hall Middle School. That was a rich area. I remember that was a nice middle school. We were rich. North Hall Middle School. But then when I
Well,
was in right before then, when I was in 5th grade, I was in 6th grade. I think I went 6th grade, 7th grade there. But when I was in 5th grade, I was in Grovetown, Georgia. and that's over by Augusta, over by the Masters. So I was right by the Masters. I remember.
Just throw a beer can down.
Yeah, Helena's beautiful. Every time we went from Gainesville to Helena, we drove through the mountains, and there'd be people selling boiled peanuts on the side of the road. People out here have no
Yeah,
idea. People have
I
no
eat
idea
boiled
what
peanuts
boiled
quite a
peanuts
bit.
are. I love boiled
Some
peanuts.
soup.
I eat boiled peanuts quite a bit actually. They're at every gas station.
Mm.
I never had boiled peanuts.
Well, they do it on the
They
side of the
are.
road. They have them in a big barrel boiling. You get them fresh, man.
Yeah,
They're
the best
fucking
boiled peanuts
fire.
I've ever had. The best boiled peanuts I've ever had were on the way to New Smyrna Beach for like I think it was for like Biketoberfest, and on the way there's a guy next to the frozen treat place, like like 2, 3, 4 miles up the road, but he has a little stand that's been there for like 10 years, and he's got like three different flavors of boiled peanuts, like regular, mild, and then hot. But they
Dude.
have like that. It'll have like chunks of like giant whole jalapenos, chunks of potato, cauliflower, like all up in the boiled peanut mixture, and like this shit's
Yeah,
just amazing.
if you don't get them in a brown paper bag, well, back then, I remember back then, this was a while ago. I think they were $5. We get a brown paper bag, and they'd be soaking, all wet and moist and soft. Oh, they were so fucking fire. You said you're from
I love boiled peanuts.
Augusta, Rob? Yeah, like I said, I was Gainesville, Georgia. I went to North Hall Middle School. I'm sure it's still there because we had North Hall High School right above us. I remember. But yeah, I was a Gainesville, Georgia boy.
Yeah, you gotta try boiled peanuts, Mark.
Yeah,
Order a
Well,
dude,
case.
peanuts. I love peanuts, peanut butter, anything peanuts, peanut sauce.
but you
I love
never
all
had
that shit.
those?
Oh yeah, you'll love them then. If you like
Yeah.
Soup.
the savory like foods with peanuts too, yeah. Just
They're
order a
so
Yeah.
can.
soft. They're so soft, especially when they're hot and ready.
You got to get Cajun though. Like the
Oh
Cajun
yeah.
aren't too spicy. The
Yeah.
regular just salted.
I mean, I might try regular first and then Cajun.
I
Like,
remember
that's
back
what you
then,
got.
this was a long
Everybody
time
eats
ago. You
Cajun.
got to understand, this was like 88, 89, maybe 90. They only had like one flavor, but they were hot and fresh and ready, and it was fire.
Were they the spicy ones or were they just like
I
garlicky
think
and
they were
stuff?
just salty, regular. I don't know what he put in them.
I got this strawberry and cream soda. Add a little bit extra more cream in there. This is fire.
That sounds good.
Dr. Pepper, strawberry cream soda.
Dude, I love cream soda. I just finished a case of it like yesterday.
I love Dr. Pepper, and when they released their Dr. Pepper and cream soda, like, oh my god, it was all over. Those are like my two favorite sodas.
It was funny. So I
Cream
grew up
soda.
when I was at elementary school, I was in Florida. I was down in like Ocala, Florida, and Pompano Beach, Florida, and Tampa. And then I went to 5th grade in Grovetown, Georgia. And when I moved up there, I wore a tank top because, like, in Florida, it's so hot. Everybody rocks tank tops, and that's all you rock, you know? And so I go up in my school in my tank top, and they sent me home because they said my nipples were showing. And I was so confused. And so they sent
I
me
send you
home. Now, check this out. Now, here's the funny it gets worse. So I come home and I come back the next day with a regular shirt, and I had a rat's tail. I had a rat tail. You guys know what that is? Just a long hair right
Yeah,
from, and I had it
I've had
braided.
one.
I had it braided all the way down. It was pretty long because I had it since Florida. It was like, 6 inches or so. And I go back into school the next day and they sent me home again because they said I had a rat tail and it was distracting the students. Now, mind you, I went from Florida to Georgia. It wasn't that far of a distance, right? And they said I was distracting the students with my rat's tail. So I had to come home. I cut off my rat's tail. And I said, well, if I can't have a rat's tail, I'm going to get a mohawk, right? So I cut the rat's tail off. I shaved the side. I understand. I've been a rebel since the beginning. I shaved the sides of my hair and I go with a mohawk the next day. Sent me home again. Can't have a mohawk. And so I'm in 5th grade. Now, this is 5th grade. So I get back home. My mom shaves my head. So now I just got a shaved head at this point. And I come back to school, and it was just like it was such a Bible Belt state. I mean, everybody in Georgia and Alabama, you guys all know this shit. It was such a Bible Belt state that they were so strict, especially back in the late '80s, early '90s. It was insane how different they were than Florida.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is just a rat tail is distracting. Like, is a ponytail distracting? How is a rat tail distracting?
Well, that's why I wanted to push the boundaries. I was like, "Well, fuck you." I cut the rat tail off. I fucking shaved the side of my head. I fucking went with the mohawk then. I said, "All right, let's see you do me again. Send me home, motherfucker." I mean, and to this day, that's how I am. I will push that boundary. You want to be stupid. That was just a stupid rule. And nowadays it's sad when you see kids who are like, they get in trouble for having like dreads and shit. And it's insane when you give a flying fuck what a kid's hair is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, ended up with the ball. Yeah, exactly, Rob. See, yeah,
Yeah, that's
anybody who was back in that day, you knew what was up. They fucking hated hair. They didn't want you to have any kind of like like it had to be a normal haircut, whatever that meant.
Ah,
Whatever that meant.
couldn't
yeah, I
be
would go in
different.
there with like different color hairs, like spiky hair, bleached hair. My mom would like do the tips different colors. She was a hairstylist. But Florida, yeah, Florida, they didn't say shit.
No, Florida. Well, I mean, in Florida, you got a guy walking around your apartment complex with no t-shirt and a snake around his neck, you know? And then you'd have a chick in the middle of the road. This was back in the '80s because I grew up in like
I mean, when I
element.
grew up here, I grew up running around with only shorts on as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. No shoes, no socks, no feet. I remember my feet was barefoot running down blacktop.
Dude,
Me and my buddies
yeah,
would see.
serious,
Me and my
serious
buddies would be
Florida
like,
feet are different.
"How strong are your feet?" That was how we used to test each other's feet.
Yeah, I remember when I was younger and I used to see my sister doing it, and I'd follow her outside, and we had like the real like gravelly driveway. I'm like and like a couple of years later, I noticed I'm like, oh, I'm not like that no more. I got them
Yeah,
Florida feet.
you got this. Well, it's hilarious. I always get funny. Yeah, that happened to me when I was in Cabo when I was doing the dolphin. They go, "It gets hot," and everybody is freaking out. I was like, "My feet's already ready." But yeah, I mean, yeah, people don't know. Florida is different. I used to like in Florida. I used to skateboard to the beach. Me and my buddy. It was like 4 miles barefoot, board shorts with our surfboard. So like we didn't have a top and like I recently I've been surfing, and I can't do it without a top because the wax on the board fucks up my nipples. I don't know how I did it as a kid. As a kid, I just went board shorts, a fucking surfboard. I went no shoes, and a couple times you wipe out. You wipe out with no shoes,
Well,
no
that's
shirt,
an adult
and the boards. You get
laying
fucked
down.
up. What?
That's an adult probably laying down on that board more
Yeah.
because
I,
I know
I was a
I'm
lot
looking.
lighter back then.
Here's my board. I don't know if you can see. Yeah,
Hell yeah, dude.
it's the specs right. What is it? It's shaped by Steve Forstall.
Well, I mean, I used to
There's like,
skateboard barefoot. I mean, that's a stupid way to skateboard. That's how crazy I was. I'd be like board sliding, breaking
I
down
would
these
penny
fucking
board.
gnarly hills and shit. It was stupid what I did back then.
I would penny board barefoot, but I wouldn't skateboard. I
Penny
couldn't do
board,
that.
fuck that. Penny board's scary.
I love my penny boards. I gotta get another one. They're 20. You know, penny boards are $25 now.
Yeah. I had a BBC board. It was a trick board I used back in the day. Bad Boys Club. Oh man, they are beating the shit out of your roof.
Yeah, that's why I can't even be inside. I'm getting an extension cord so I can sit outside and charge my phone. I'm literally grabbing the big ass extension cord.
Oh, do it, dude. Douche.
God.
Douche.
Yeah, I would play Call of Duty, but I'm betting I think that was footsteps in the game.
Right.
Yeah,
Dude, I when I play like multiplayer, I play it if I play it solo without being on live. I don't have the volume on. I'm listening to a podcast, and I'll go fucking 4 KD. You know, I'll fucking kill it. I don't have to hear people coming. I'm
Well, I
just
don't play multiplayer though. I pretty much strictly play Warzone
I
for the
know. I
most
got
part
it.
now.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah, Warzone is like you're not going to be fighting anybody for like 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like this a seriously intense like Saving Private Ryan hiding behind a wall kind of battle.
What I don't know what anybody does. I like to have a sniper rifle and then a mid-range gun. You know what I mean? Like a, you know, AK-47, M whatever, you know, a typical mid-range gun. Thank
How am
God
I
my
supposed to
crate
fucking?
gun, when I get the crate, I get my typical gun I get for my multiplayer, you know, and I love that gun. So that's good. But then I have to get a sniper rifle or something. But then you guys always give me this like AK gun, which is like way better or something.
Yeah, the AK-47 is pretty good gun. I think they actually
I
nerfed
think
it though.
was it you or Justin? Justin gave me a gun that was just like I was taking everybody out with it. I was like, I don't know what this is, but this is awesome. You got somebody breaking in from the top. It's
Right?
gonna be the slowest break in ever.
Yeah, it's like they're breaking it from the roof.
Oh, that looks fire, dude.
Yeah. Cakes on cakes.
I'm plugging it
Cake.
into your power strip. There we go. No outlet in this house is 3 prong. What the fuck?
Do what everybody else does. Break it off. No, I don't do that. I'm just
Yeah, just break off the ground wire.
Well, I've seen people do that. I was like, they just grab it with some pliers and pull it off because usually it really isn't attached to much, which is hilarious.
Well, I mean, yeah, like some like maybe some Christmas lights.
Right. It depends how long and how much power you're pulling, I guess.
But yeah, no, okay, I'm set up now. That's fine. Yeah, it's louder inside. See, you can't even hear shit.
It's hilarious. I should show. I got it already hooked up, but I got a same extension cord here, and I'll run it to my kid's uh, VR headset because sometimes he'll be on it for so long it starts dying.
I just tripped. Yeah, I got a VR and my roommate's got a VR. That's
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, there's a game on VR called Contractors, which is like Call of Duty, but like it's like mod friendly.
Right.
So you can so like basically creators and like developers can port in different fucking shit. So like basically I ran around as a Lego dude shooting like Lego Star Wars characters, like shooting each other in VR. Like I ran around, it looked like Call of Duty. I've done Halo. They've got like Star Wars in there, all in one little game. That shit's so much fun.
I was
But you really
talking
do
every
get burnt out.
I was talking to everybody about that first game I played on Xbox. It was Crimson Tide. Crimson Tides. It was that airplane game.
Crimson
Yeah,
Skies.
Crimson Skies. Yeah.
yeah, Crimson Skies.
Yes, I
Yeah, that
remember
was the first game I played. I didn't play like the missions, but I played online and I loved it. I was a 5-star, meaning I had to kill 5 people before I died. Dude, I love
What
that
was
fucking game.
the goaded flying game? Ace Combat.
See, I
Isn't
don't
that
know
the
if I
one?
did that. I only did Crimson Skies.
Did you
Yeah,
play Ace
Ace Combat.
Combat, Mark?
I
I
played a
think I played
couple of
like
them. It was
yeah,
like Ace Combat 6. It went up to Ace Combat 6, right?
yeah,
I think there was 6 games.
yeah. There was one on the PS4, but it stopped because nobody buying them on PS4.
Yeah,
How you
Yeah,
doing?
those.
it's
There was
very
another
rare
game that came out
like a
like
game.
around them with the flying. It was like Warhawk. That was a good game.
How you doing,
Hawks.
Nick?
There was
Dude,
Hawks.
I
There
What's going
was
love
there
that
on?
was
shirt, dude. That shirt is sick.
Oh hell yeah,
Yeah, the one the wife made.
yeah. Love a Grateful Dead shirt.
Damn, that's so sick.
Dang it, Puffco.
Hell yeah. How you doing, bud?
I think she tie dyed this one and then like drew this image on with a permanent fabric marker.
Yeah, I was gonna
Hell
say
yeah.
that had to be a lot of steps.
He,
Badass.
believe it or not, that bear in the middle was tie-dyed on.
Yeah. Can you imagine twisting that?
That
You
would
have
be some.
She's got some really, 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 really small rubber bands.
My phone's gonna rotate. It's not rotating. I
look
don't
at
know
me.
what bear did,
Pro.
but it
Pro.
smells now.
Mine does the
Go up there.
same thing. Every time you put it on the side, it puts me upside down.
It's all good, guys. We got you.
That's pretty funny.
Now you're upside down.
It just gives us a spot to put the comments, is all.
Well, there you hit that little comments button, that little word bubble button, and it shows the comments when you put it on the side.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
G.
strong.
How you
Freshly
doing, buddy?
charged.
Oh, G's here. What up, G?
That's the man.
Woo.
The man with the master plan. Nick, how's your cold? Well, I took some Sudafed. So far, so good.
I love that word. I love that fucking word. Sudafed. Yeah.
I get the over-the-counter
Sudafed.
shit. I have to give 'em my driver's license and shit to get it.
Yeah, man, I
What they
hate that
used to
shit.
call they used to
Busted up
call the
forever.
people who used to go buy Sudafed Smurfs.
Smurfing? You smurfing? Get like 50 of
Smurfing.
them. Can I have like
Smurfing
50? Can I
Sudafed.
have 50, please?
Show them your ID, and like if you gotta wait until like all run out.
Well, dude, they give
Like
me
that's
enough
Cool.
for 10 days. They give me enough for 10 days. I know this because I take it all the time. And if I go there on 9 days, they say, sorry, sir, you got to wait another day. They literally will like scan my ID. So I'll be like, I'll send my wife in. I'll be like, go get it. Go get my shit. Go get my suit.
found out found out at the when we moved here that so that no, they wouldn't let me buy more. They were
Only
both
X
using.
amount per like 10 days per ID is the best you get.
Well, they're gonna be done
It's
today.
like I'm pretty sure the cartel has that on lock at this point.
Yeah, I highly doubt they're going through CVS.
Yo, did you see that? Did you see that they were a fucking like a Coast Guard or somebody uh, ascertained or like obtained a cartel convoy. They stopped one, right? And they opened it, and that motherfucker had like an Abrams gunner in it.
No shit.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
cartel has like some fucking tank shit they're trying to build.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
hilarious.
They got some heavy firepower.
But they're stupid. So when they hey look hey when those cartel dudes look up in the morning and see a freedom Dorito, it's gonna be a crazy morning.
Yeah.
That B-2 bomber.
Yeah, you can bomb people, but still come back.
Yeah, I saw a thing that said
Cartel
that
could
like
be
the world's economy is like 55%
well.
illegal.
Well, I
So
just
like
know for a
if
fact
you,
that I know for a fact that if they wanted to, they could topple it because the Japanese government toppled the Yakuza.
Damn.
Yakuza is like nothing now.
I'm glad you said that, Dank, because I always think about that. I was like, why is all my shit always illegal?
that I read that recently. Yeah, it said the world's economy
I
was
was
over.
thinking that the other day. I was like, can I ever get just making money without being illegal?
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
always
like
easier.
if you got rid of all illegalities, you would crash the stock market or the economy of the world because then you'd only have
Yeah.
45% of
Well,
what's currently
no.
being
We're not
traded at the
talking.
moment.
See, but then again, we're also that puts way too much credit on cartel, bro. You're giving way
The
too much
world.
credit
No,
to
it's
the
not just the
cartel.
cartel. I mean, you got to think like for every however many cartel members there are, there's just as many people in the United States government, in partnership with them making money.
I think it's mostly the CIA, isn't it?
Well, I
blood
mean,
and
you
drugs
guys
is
It'd only be higher
remember
up
all
in the
the
cartel
heroin and
because
shit that they brought over from like Vietnam and World War II, and they were moving drugs all the time, even during war times. Through like, I mean,
that's
what was that? What was that movie with Denzel Washington?
American
Mhm.
Gangster.
Yeah, American Gangster, based on a true story. I'm sure they over exaggerated a lot of it, but I mean, in general, I mean, they were moving a lot of shit through the government.
God damn.
Yeah, we can hear them.
That one hurt.
Been working.
Are they putting a new roof on?
Yeah, they woke me up. My power Wi-Fi went out. Cat shit in my room. Also, I forgot because I did say this was freshly charged. When I came to take my
It's
first dab,
dead.
on top of everything, this was dead. So I had to hit a
Yeah,
fucking.
because
I had to clean
those
everything.
batteries suck balls, dude.
No, the OG peak. I love this thing. This thing, I get like 30 dabs out of it before it dies.
Is that the OG? I got a Gen 1
Yeah, I have
one.
an OG.
I got a Gen 1. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what
The,
I have. Is
the,
one of the Gen 1 original ones, and
those coils go out so fucking fast.
I've had this because you don't take care of it. I've had this same atomizer for 6 months.
No, I dab harder than you.
No, you don't.
Ooh.
You just chaz harder than me, bud.
All right, I'll give you
This
that.
doesn't
I'll
run
give
out
it
of
to you.
battery. This doesn't run out of battery.
You
This runs
you
out of gas
chaz more than
regularly.
me.
This runs out of gas on the regular
Look,
though.
how old is your banger?
Wait. Let me show you what I see. I don't even
Look, where's
use
the
my puff.
chaz? Hold
I
on,
don't even.
where's the chaz?
Well, I don't even use a puff
Dank, do you
go.
see
There,
any chaz?
there.
Dank, do you see any
I see it.
chaz?
I see it. I see it.
no, this one's 2 years old.
See, that's pretty good.
No. I chaz the shit out of my
Even
shit.
burnt off
This is
chaz.
about 1 day old. I bought this one about yesterday.
I
Yeah,
mean,
the
mine's
Prime
Chaz
actually.
Lord.
Area,
Yeah.
and I use
Hey
dipstick to
guys,
clean
all
it.
hail the
So.
Chaz Lord.
I got this one. I actually just bought it. This is my first dab.
Well, no, Mark, don't hide yours.
What?
Don't
Okay.
hide yours.
Yeah.
I can't see it. You gotta put
No,
that thing in
When
there.
I used to run an
Mark bought
when I used
that
to
like
run
a
an
week ago,
email,
or like 4
those
days
rigs
ago,
would
or
stay
something like
I
dirty.
that.
love the
Don't let him say
45.
it.
I love that Mark's running a 45 on there too.
Because the other one broke and I haven't gone to the fucking head shop yet.
But Mark likes it.
Yeah,
I was
he's
gonna
He
go
fucking G.
yesterday.
Nah, he's
I
a
was
G
gonna
and
go
it gets him
yesterday.
high.
well,
I was
that's
gonna go
why he's
yesterday,
wanted.
but I had allergies in the runs, and when you're sneezing, and they got the runs, you don't go anywhere.
Hey, Mark, I would use a 45 until it broke. I'm that cheap. If I got you, I'd
So
be
he's
just
sneezing
using
and
it
got the
till it would be
runs.
done. But yeah, the 90s are okay.
I can go today though. Everything's coming out solid today, so I can go today.
He ate enough fiber.
Oh, I eat plenty of
Hey, thank you,
fiber.
Rob. Thank you, Rob. Don't forget to like, subscribe, bud.
That's my top part, though.
Hit that notification. You rock, bud.
I
You
need
gotta eat
more
some Nutrigrain bars,
probiotics.
bro. Every once in a while, just eat a fig Newton.
A fig, and
That'll
fig Newtons
sol-
are
that'll
good.
solidify
Oh
the
I
my
got to
load.
get a
god!
nail for this at the head
I
shop so I
really.
can bust this thing.
I don't know,
All
guys.
right,
Check this out. It
Oh,
is
that's
bright
nice.
out here in
I like
Cali.
that.
are fig
I just
Newtons
got this
cookies?
Grab Labs dome with the percolator like
Are
this.
are fig Newtons cookies?
I don't know. Have you ever see? I'm from Georgia,
Fig Newtons?
and
They're
Georgia. I had a buddy. My buddy had a fig tree. Have
what
you
would they
ever
be?
had an actual fig? You rip it off and eat it. Man, that shit's
Well,
fire.
what is a Nutrigrain? What is a Nutrigrain bar? Because a Fig Newton's
No,
just a
no,
chopped up Nutrigrain bar.
fig Newton is it's fruit and cake, right?
No, but
That's
well,
the commercial.
what's a Mark? What
Thank
would
you,
you
bud.
classify a Nutrigrain bar as? Because
Rob,
that's the same
I'm
thing as
sure.
a
Hey,
Fig
Rob, I
Newton.
bet you had a
It's a
fig.
cereal bar.
So then a Fig Newton's a cereal bar.
No, but it's from a
Or
tree.
fruit
It
and cake.
is awesome. It literally tastes just like the shit in the middle
The
of a fig
commercial,
Newton.
go look up the old school commercials. They're like, I'm not eating cookies. It's fruit and cake.
No, figs are fire.
I haven't ever
Yeah,
actually eaten a fig. I've like pulled them down and given them to people.
Dude, they're so good.
There's just nothing about the inside of that that's appetizing to me. I'll eat a guava. They're pretty. A passion fruit's ugly as fuck. That might be like hard to eat. It's got those weird balls. You got to eat the gelatin off.
Yeah, dang.
That's what. Look at the Zaza. The dank.
So this is the last of it. And I'm gonna
Oh,
go big here this weekend with Noah. He sponsored most of it, so I'm gonna get a big pack of Fireballs, a big pack of Modelo's for him.
Oh yeah.
Man, that sun is
good.
rocking. If can you
The
imagine if
wife
I'm
and
a
I
vampire, I would have died.
the wife and I switched to Goldschlager because the Fireball for some reason only in the United States has whatchamacallit in it glycol. If you
Yeah,
read the side of the Fireball, they put that glycol crap in it that they were putting in the vapes, for a while. And
You
it's only in America. If you buy Fireball in a different country or Canada or Mexico, it doesn't have that shit in it.
are you sure it'd be in California though? California's crazy.
Yeah, California may have you may be onto something there. California may have already banned it,
So
but I know at least here in Ohio, all the Fireball has this fucking glycol bullshit in it.
I don't
you
know.
remember the big problem with the Fireball being sold with malt liquor and everybody in the lawsuit?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're selling
Well,
Fireball as cinnamon whiskey, but it was malt liquor.
right.
well, see, there's different. See, the thing is, like, there's different fireballs for different places. Like, gas stations will sell Fireball, but it's
Yeah,
technically
but
more
no,
like a
that was the law. That was the lawsuit, and that's why they specify now. They didn't specify before.
really. Huh.
Yeah, that was the lawsuit because it was labeled cinnamon whiskey everywhere.
Yeah. Shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
California's crazy. I guess. Who knows?
Yeah, California's crazy.
They're
That'd be
We're
really
cool
all
though
the
if
way
they
they're
over
took
they're
it out
here.
of
they're they're just
California.
we're just really picky out here. That's why I'd be shocked if if that would be in it.
What time
It's
is it
like the
out there?
same thing as the
Eight
pharmaceutical commercials on
26.
TV.
Thursday, May 15th, 8:27 a.m. It just changed.
Yeah,
Cheers,
wait.
everybody. Shout
Hi.
out to
Damn.
Dwarf Noah, man. The dude fucking has a big sponsor, $50. We're gonna go big this weekend. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of the fireballs and the Modelo's he wants.
He's gonna break out the Pogs. We're gonna have a tournament.
Dude, yeah, we should. Well, he said Noah said he's gonna get PS5, so we got to get him in the dank some golf and shit. That'd be fun. I still want to get some golf tournaments going. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we could definitely, and then like I said before, we could even have like winners get like some wax and some seeds and
Dude,
some
that
other
would be so
bullshit.
sick. I've got a
You
whole
know,
bunch of
Oh, yeah.
shit to give away too. Yeah, I'm down, dude.
Maybe some glass. Get some glass donated.
Hell yeah. All right, everybody.
the,
We got
the,
some. What'd you say?
the last couple seed projects I did, I've been just handing them out to people, friends, family, and the such, and they've been having like 100% germination rate, and stuff works really good for outdoor. So
Damn. All females? No shit. That's fire.
I used colloidal silver
Yep,
to
exactly.
form
Yep.
like a
Yeah, oh,
branch.
trust
So,
me. Trust me. Trust me. Me and Sheeta talked about that years ago. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's a great way to do it. You're very smart. Cheers. Yeah, me and Sheeta talked about germinating with that for years. That's awesome. That's funny to hear it. That's awesome to hear your success rate
Yeah,
because, I mean, it's a
everybody's
great way
really
to get
liking them
seeds
too.
for
Like
sure.
probably out of like 400 or 500 seeds that have been popped so far, I've had one person get a hermaphrodite, and it was like barely. You know what I mean? Like just enough to know that
Just
it
a couple
was.
seeds, right? That's crazy. That's awesome. Yeah, colonial silver is a great way to get seeds for sure. That's an old I mean, I don't know how long it's been around, but it's been around. All right, again, thanks to Noah, we finished that, double shot there. Woo-hoo,
Wow.
baby. I'm gonna get a whole pack here and some Modelo, and we're gonna go live this weekend, me and him. We'll see how
Mm.
faded we can get.
Oh, that dad killed me.
Hell yeah, bud.
I live out in the country, and like 3 sheriffs and 2 ambulances just
Fuck.
shot past. Something's going down.
Yeah, yeah, and I understand that. I remember being in Ohio. It's like anytime you hear something go by, you're like, "Well, that's something." Sydney, we had like 25,000. Right down the road, we had a city called Port Jefferson. The population was 250. Now that sounds like, well, that ain't a lot, right? Well, now I was a 7-Up sales rep, right? And there was this other city called Rose, Ohio. And I went to Rose, Ohio, and the population of Rose, Ohio was 47. And the store I went to was the post office. It made sandwiches. It was the grocery store. it was
General store.
it was everything. It was hilarious. It was the smallest city I've been to. It's called Rose, Ohio, 47 population.
I used to live out in BFE, Arkansas. Man, I could tell you some little towns that I drove through look like there are still people living there, but no businesses open. They'd have to drive like 20 miles just to get anything.
You got to figure Rose, Ohio. I don't think they had a school. They had to go to somewhere else, probably, I'd assume.
There was some towns I went through. You could hold your breath and you'll get through the whole town, but you kind of miss
Right.
it. Well, there was this one, oh my God, there was a bottle shop. Like on the way when I lived in Arkansas, shit was expensive as hell. Like $50 for half a gram of weed or half a gram of wax. So I would get a black market. And the guy that I would get it through had really good deals, but lived like 2.5 hours away. But there was this bottle shop on the way that I always hit up on the way back. And it was an amazing place that they had all these like different, like they had different, Wellers and shit. Like they had a bunch of rare shit that no one that was collecting dust that I would get for a real good price. But I miss it. I miss that thing most of all about Arkansas is that liquor store. It
That's
was a
fun.
great bottle shop, and the guy who recommended me, like he's the one that recommended me this tequila. Like, it's a great bottle shop, and they always had some new shit. They always had some odd shit. They had like little K cup cocktails.
Yeah,
You can make like drinks through a Keurig, and
Hmm.
there's already alcohol.
That's cool.
Yeah, like I miss places like that. Little bottle shops. You don't get something like that out here in California.
exactly.
So I saw there's a company blowing up. You should probably mention this to Shido. I don't know if he'd want to get on board with this or not. But they sell individual cups that are sealed, and say it's a 12-ounce cup. There'd be like 2 or 3 ounces of liquid, like super good coffee in the bottom, and then you just add hot water up to the line, and it makes a perfect cup of coffee every time.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's what these K cups were. It was like a concentrated cup of coffee, like a constant coffee concentrate. They just it would go through the Keurig, and it'd have
Well, I
the
mean, my
liquor.
grandfather was like, World War II dude. So like he came back, he drank like Folgers crystals, all that dehydration. you put it in some hot water and stir it, and he was really simple about it, and it's like you grow up with, like, a guy who was like that. Like, I didn't have a father. I didn't like, my dad was never around, and so I grew up with my grandfather, who was a World War II dude, and he was just hardcore, and so, like, even me to this day, it's like, I don't understand. I love milk, I love sugar, but then when you put it into a coffee, it's like our coffee already tastes like shit to me, and then you add milk and sugar, it's like, now you just ruined milk and sugar to me. So, usually when I drink a coffee, it's just
That,
an espresso.
you
I
use
just
a,
like an
you,
espresso, I'm good.
that's why you use a sweet cream. You don't use milk and sugar. You use a sweet cream.
Uh,
It makes
I
all the
don't know.
difference in the world, man. It really
I
does.
don't know. I'm not a coffee guy. I do like a
What I
double
what I like to
espresso,
do,
triple espresso, quadruple
Damn.
espresso.
yeah, I like coffee, but I like espressos, but I like a Cuban espresso. So you like what you do is you use like one of those like metal little cream tins, and you put like 2 or 3 tablespoons of sugar in it, and you add like drops of hot espresso, and you like whip it up until you get like a whipped sugar foam, like an espresso sugar foam, and then you pour your espresso shot in there, and it'll just like turn. God damn! It'll just turn into something amazing.
Well, you know what I want to do is the ice cream. I want to get like a double espresso and like a scoop of ice cream and just pour it onto it.
That's called an avregado.
That'd be so good. I know. I've
Avregado.
heard about it. That's what I want.
I I'm
Yeah,
Italian and I work in an Italian restaurant. I want
Well,
to be
I'm
a chef.
27% Italian,
yeah.
so
You
I
know what
get
hit the
I'm
spot?
like
27.
30.
Oh, all right.
What?
So you're just a little ahead of me. But I'm also
Some Able
50. I'm
Stevers and avocados. That would be
57%
good.
British Irish.
Some Abelsteivers, and some avregado.
Yeah,
I like
that's
Irish. I'm an Irish British guy.
That's funny. He said pancake balls and a and a gelato coffee.
Dude, but yeah,
Yeah,
I love
you
I
don't use
love
regular ice cream. Use gelato. You got to use gelato.
I love ice cream.
Sorbets and gelatos
I
over
love
ice
gelato.
cream
You know what
anything.
I get when I get a gelato is that tiramisu one. If you get a tiramisu
We have
gelato,
we have a
woo,
tiramisu. Oh, we have a tiramisu gelato at my restaurant, and it's fucking amazing. That's
that's
one of the
my
best
favorite.
sellers.
That's my favorite.
We actually, when we make it, we'll make like 3 pans, and it'll sell out in a week.
Dude, I
Oh
love
yeah, I didn't
tiramisu.
know
I'm
Olive
a
Garden does
tiramisu
that.
man.
Huh?
I didn't know Olive Garden does that.
I don't work at Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. I like tiramisu. If
We
tiramisu
don't
is
do
on the
chain.
menu, I will buy it.
I can't stand
Olive
fucking
Garden
Olive.
is Olive Garden is doggy do.
Yeah, it's
I like
trash.
I'm not gonna
pistachio
lie. I do
gelato.
like Olive Garden's zuppa though. Their soups are good.
I like their salads and breadsticks.
But it's
That's it.
salad though. You can buy
I
the
know.
dressing.
I
Yeah,
know.
but they
But
got
I don't
good
like.
dressing. That's a solid salad always at Olive Garden.
If I
Yeah.
suggest something, I suggest Olive Garden. It's probably my wife's birthday or something because I would never go on my
Dude, and
own.
Nah.
I get the tour of Italy. You get the lasagna, the fettuccine, and the chicken
I'm gonna
parmesan.
I'm
So
gonna
fire.
post to the Discord some pictures of the food that I saw. You know what brassato is?
No.
Brassato is like Italian beef short rib that they braise and
Oh
with
yeah,
with
yeah.
like carrots.
I've seen. My wife gets that every now and then.
Yeah, with like carrots and celery, and then
Dude,
they
that's
turn make
fire.
a gravy.
Fire.
Yeah, we sell shit like that and good pizza and shit.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
see, here in California, like most of like places like Olive Garden and like Red Lobster, we got better places usually in every city that's like local. So it's usually most
Yeah,
people won't go to it. You know what I mean?
So what I like about
yeah,
one thing I like about is it's like the farm to fork capital of the world. So or of the country, I guess, or I don't know. It's just like there's a lot of farms out here, so like a lot of our vegetables and our meat come from really close by.
Yeah, if you're
So
in a
well, I
that's
mean,
local city, usually you don't go to like those places.
yeah. But
it's pretty
yeah,
good
it's
here too. Well, I mean, maybe in like I don't know, maybe in like interior states, but here it's pretty much the same. It's really just like because in most restaurants here, I'm imagining it's the same as California. Here, it's just if the chef wants to do the work to source local, because they could go like U.S. Foods or fucking, or you know what I mean, or Cisco, or and they could get like an easy set supply from some giant fucking corporation, or they
Well,
could source it
well,
themselves.
I mean, that's why In-N-Out only sources like local fresh foods. So they took the main In-N-Out corporation,
I didn't
moved
know
it
that.
to Tennessee, right? And so now they're actually taking the time to source out all the vegetables because they're very picky. In-N-Out's very picky about like the vegetables and everything. And so they're trying to source everything out and they're moving east. So eventually, probably in a year or two, you're going to start seeing In-N-Outs all out east. But they started moving east because the In-N-Out is very picky about like all their vegetables and everything, where everything's sourced. That's why they didn't move east so quickly because they said they're really picky about where all their food comes from.
I haven't ever had it now. You had Whataburger?
Yes, and it's not as good as you think.
No, Whataburger's
Hey,
good.
used to
I
be
used to
good,
live
but
in Texas. I lived in
you know,
Texas.
No, it's pretty good though. No, there's a place called What a Burger in North Carolina, and I swear by this place. It's the place that invented the witch doctor. Do you know what the witch doctor is?
No.
The drink that's like every soda on the soda fountain, and then they throw a pickle strip in there.
Right. We called it the suicide or the
So yeah, it's this. It's called the place that invented it is the witch doctor is called What a Burger in North Carolina, and I went there. I went there when I was dating this girl on the way to like this quarry, like like quarries, like people like jump off into water and shit. There's like one like that, like a cool ass one over there. And we stopped at this burger place, and I bought the witch doctor, and the pickle. I'm not gonna lie, the pickle added something to that. There was like depth. But that drink was crazy. But they had
Well,
good
you know
burgers
what?
though. Sorry,
I like what is it called? What is it called when you drink pickle juice with the Jameson or like a whiskey? It's called
oh,
a pickleback.
picklebacks are
Pickleback.
awesome.
I
I love
love a
pickleback.
pickleback. I love a pickleback.
Yeah, I worked at
yeah,
an Irish bar. We would do picklebacks after every shift.
Love, because I like what is it called? Martini. What is it called? A martini with a whole bunch of olive juice.
Isn't that dry
A dirty martini.
or dirty? What is dry? Super
Extra
dry
well,
is like
vermouth.
no
Extra
olive juice.
vermouth. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I don't like.
I was a bartender. Extra dry would just be more vermouth.
I can
But
just imagine the flavor.
yeah, I ain't a vermouth guy.
I mean, the most intricate cocktail I'll drink is a Negroni. Only if somebody buys it for me. I'm not buying it.
Pickle man is a poor man's scotch on the
Other
rocks.
than that, I'll probably just order like a double of Don Julio.
Hey, you guys want to hear this cool thing? So I walked in the Dubliner in Long Beach, and my buddy from Ryan who plays this is all of his music. All this music is my buddy from Tall Dark and 90. And we walked in there and I had my shirt on and I had a rare shirt. It was Pickle Rick getting ate by Mr. Pickles, the dog.
Hmm.
And so I walked up to the bar and those are two cartoons. Most people know Pickle Rick. Not many people know Mr. Pickles, right? So those are two different characters, right? And it's a rare shirt. Hey, Dank, if you can ever make me a tie-dye with those two, that'd be awesome. So it's a pickle Rick. I can't even find it again. I've been trying to track this down. So it's Mr. Pickles, the dog, eating Pickle Rick, right? And I walk up to the bar and he goes, "I love your shirt." And I said, "No, most people don't know who it is." And I said, "I get it. You only know one of them." And the bartender goes, "No, I know both of them." I said, "You don't know both of them," because I was already faded at this point. And I was like, "You only know Pickle Rick, right?" And he goes, "No, that's Pickle Rick and that's Mr. Pickles." And I said, "Well, then you know it all." We did a double high five. He gave me free drinks the rest of the night. He just kept giving me drinks. It was awesome. I love that dude.
nah. See, what happened was he already saw that you're tore up, So he started giving you non-alcoholic drinks for free, so you wouldn't get. That's a bartender
No,
trick.
no, he rocked. I didn't get that many, to be honest. I only
He
got
just
like
started
2.
making them lighter,
Yeah, no
lighter and
shit.
lighter and lighter.
Yeah, I was getting like yeah, exactly.
This is really
But dude, he
cool.
rocked. That was the best shirt ever, though. I tried to
You
find
know,
it
it's a
again.
great game.
So it was Mr. Pickles. It was a dog eating Pickle Rick. And Mr. Pickles, if you know the video, he likes pickles. So it's so funny.
Hey Nick, you got to play High on Life.
I know.
If you
I
never
played it.
played that, play it.
No.
That
I
game is
played it.
finished.
He said that.
They actually took out Justin Roland's voicing of that.
Really? Because I just played it and it was him.
Yeah, it's like there's like it's not him. I don't know how to say it. It's AI generated now. From now on,
Huh.
like it's like they only used him for the beginning, but after all the shit, especially with him getting removed from
Yeah.
Rick and Morty,
Well, yeah.
that's when I
It's still
stopped watching Rick and Morty.
it's
He
still
says,
kind of
"Are
a
you
show.
excited for season 8 of Rick and Morty?"
But yeah, regardless of what the guy did, I'm not a Rick. I've watched a few episodes, but you know, regardless of what the guy did, if you take the main voice actor out of the show, then
Yeah, who
so,
voices the two main characters?
yeah, they
Well,
lost the
didn't all
show.
the charges get dismissed against him?
Well, they don't like him
No,
drinking
but
and
it doesn't.
doing the
Or
video and doing the
I think they did
voices
actually,
too.
but they still fired him before it.
Right. Yeah, they
Yeah,
fired him while it was still going on, and then from what I understand, after it played out in
They
court,
fired it
everything
because
was
of press.
dismissed.
Yeah, it's gonna be the
Right.
same thing as Johnny Depp if he gets it like reparation. Like they'll just pay him.
I thought he was
Shit, they said
doing
they're gonna
fine.
redo the
They said he was getting too drunk during the videos and the sessions, which is insane because that's how
No,
he started the
no.
whole
They said
shit.
he beat his wife.
Are you serious?
I thought
Yes.
it was I thought it was sexual harassment charges or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was sexual harassment stuff with minors that was later on dismissed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. See.
That might have been. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that. See, if it's anything with minors, that warrants any
Well, I
studio
know.
to like
I was gonna say,
instantly
well,
to
then
get
I
the
don't
fuck
know
out of.
anything about this
Any
or whatever.
studio is gonna be like, oh yeah, we're fucking washing our hands with this guy. Clip, clip, snip, snip.
Yeah. Imagine if like Mike Judge.
That's in.
Mike,
Well,
That
no.
would suck, dude.
that's
Or
what
Wes Anderson or something.
they wouldn't be able to
Holy
do King
shit,
of the
that
Hill.
is so fucked up, dude.
I mean, it's not hard to believe. Fucking Harvey Weinstein. What's the guy from Drake and Josh?
Anybody want to
Dan.
guess who's gonna be these surprise celebrities who's gonna pop up on this P Diddy shit? It is
Oh, it's
getting
gonna be
more
fun.
popular than any of the Weinstein shit.
I
Damn.
haven't even watched any of it.
Is J Lo gonna pop up on it?
I don't know. I seen
LeBron
a shot.
James.
I guess he can't get just for men in jail.
Or how
He
about
got
Justin
graded.
Bieber? Justin Bieber or J Lo?
Oh, dude,
Anybody want to bet?
did you guys hear Tory Lanez got stabbed like 14 times, and then Megan so he's in prison for shooting Megan Thee Stallion in the foot, right? So he got
Right.
stabbed 14 times, and then Megan Thee Stallion's bodyguard admitted that Tory didn't shoot her in the foot. It was the girl's best friend who shot her in the foot, and that he held it down and went to jail for it because it was only a 2-year charge.
But then he
Right.
got stabbed.
And now that he's getting stabbed, they're talking. He got stabbed 14 times, like
You see
5 in the back.
Justin Bieber, like literally, if you look at Justin Bieber, how he's falling apart, you don't think that has to do with he's worried about what's happening?
That man's
Like
fucking
literally,
30
I would
fucking.
like literally, if out
He's
of the blue
32 and he
I
has
was
no
worried my whole
financial
life was
stress.
falling
He's
apart,
fine.
I would be doing heroin and everything else too. Like he
He's
Uh,
could
related
be
to the
falling
Baldwins.
apart. It could be
if
all
anything,
falling
Justin Bieber
apart.
was a victim.
Well,
If
Yeah,
anything,
he's
dude,
Justin
related
you
to
Bieber.
the
think he's a
Baldwins. That's pretty
victim? You're gonna
stressful.
say he's a victim?
Imagine getting lectured by Alec Baldwin with that voice. Oh my god.
Justin Bieber, like they got him when he was a kid. So yeah, he's probably a victim. He probably was a
Oh,
victim
Usher got
to her
him.
villain,
Usher got
but
him.
it's a victim.
Poor Usher. Usher's like one of those kids who get kidnapped and are kept so long
All
they
right,
turn
so
into like the kidnapper.
man, this could be so. This is going to be such a sick story
Because
because
like
right now
Usher's the one who
they got
found
that
Justin
Casey
Bieber.
chick that's been going crazy. Like, if you really follow this P Diddy shit, it is insane.
Like the things that she's saying that P Diddy made her do was it's disgusting.
Like they were saying, like prostitutes had a piss in her mouth.
The best is when the
No, that's
normal
not that
media
bad. We already saw that with R. Kelly.
has to report on this stuff, and
Why
they
are
have
all
to say
these
things like
celebrities
freak off.
peeing in everybody's mouth? That's what I want to understand. Can I understand this fascination? Jesus
I
Christ.
I just thought, all these urine fetish kits were just to pass drug tests. Little did I know.
Yeah, what was it? What's the saying? Like, what was the joke? You can always just move out of the way.
Well, the one dude, he was
Bunch of
like this one prostitute's been out there for a minute being like, here's what I had to do. I had to fuck all of P. Diddy's women. And it's like, and then the other chick just came out recently saying it was like a Tootsie Roll. She said P. Diddy was about to rape me, and he said he whipped it out, and she said it was the size of a Tootsie Roll. And she said, well, I'm not that scared about that. So it's okay. It ain't gonna hurt that much. Can you imagine raping somebody? And she's like, it ain't gonna be that
yeah, they're
bad.
just
Your
like,
little Tootsie Roll.
man.
That's just
They're like, yeah, I don't even feel like I was penetrated.
yeah, I know. I don't do it, please, but honestly, it doesn't.
I think it was in. I think it was in. I don't know.
No, she said it
Oh
was a
no,
Tootsie
don't
Roll.
please don't do
She
this.
literally
Well, it
said it
doesn't
was a
really matter,
Tootsie
does it?
Roll. And then she said once he whipped it out, she said, I wasn't that worried. Can you imagine raping somebody? And she's like, I'm not that worried. It's a Tootsie Roll. I'm like,
Well, it could be worse. It could be like 2 foot long.
right. Yeah. He ain't pulling out a fucking little baby arm or anything. Sorry, I probably shouldn't even say that on a live stream, but it was still funny. I literally read that I read that on TMZ, so don't think this ain't funny. This is on TMZ. So she literally said it on TMZ. I was like, damn, that's crazy. It's a Tootsie Roll.
They were on CBS the other night talking about Diddy freak off parties and all this other shit. And I'm just fucking losing it in here, like the shit that they're getting them to say.
I know, it's insane. It's like, man, they literally warned the jurors. They were like, this is gonna get dangerous. It was like a
People are like
Darkwing
Diddy.
Duck episode.
They're like
Danger.
Diddy freak off party. That's a conspiracy theory. And now you got the nightly news. All right, during the Diddy freak off parties, GHB and the baby oil.
He said there wasn't enough baby oil. I mean, there was that being said. That's insanity. He's out there just like squirting them down.
Yeah,
Add
two
He's just
enough
thousand
got
bottles.
baby oil.
he's got a standing order for a pallet every month.
He should have one of those things that squirt water, but it just is baby oil. Just shoots it down on him.
Yo, I bet there's a shower drain in his room.
The insanity
Does
about
it
this
come?
baby oil that still pops up is just crazy.
I bet there's a drain in every room of the house.
I bet
Does it
there's a
come
grease trap just for. I bet
pre-laced
there's a grease trap just for
with
baby oil.
GHB,
He,
or
and he and I bet
is that
he sells
something?
it back to Johnson and Johnson.
So the one Casey literally said her UTIs, which obviously you're fucking dumping baby oil on your shit 24/7, right? She said she had so many UTIs, the antibiotics wasn't working.
She made a super bug.
I know. And she's just like, and he just keeps dumping antibiotics down her, like, here, fix it. And she said it wasn't working at a point. And I was like, go figure. This is why
He's
you're
like,
not
"Don't
allowed to
worry,
have
honey.
antibiotics 24 fucking 7.
I'm gonna find another hooker to bang you out tonight and get some more baby oil up in there. We'll take care of all that."
Yeah, I mean, that isn't good for your fucking anything. Jesus Christ.
There was probably somebody there just to apply baby oil.
Yeah, I understand, but the baby oil isn't good for that. Like out of the blue, you're getting UTIs. You get so
imagine you
many
get 50K a year
UTIs that
just
you
to
have to
apply baby
fucking
oil.
like have that's insanity.
Have you
Imagine
guys
you get
seen Get Him to the Greek?
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
teacher's salary. A
that
teacher's
scene ain't.
salary to apply baby oil.
I don't think that's a movie. I think that might be a documentary on Puff Daddy.
Like that movie, that scene aged so well.
Big perm.
Why do you call it a Jeffrey?
That whole mind fucking, like that mind, I'm mind fucking you now. Like
Why do
he's
you
had that.
call it a Jeffrey?
Well, Uncle Jeffrey is a nice bloke who lives down the street.
I wonder if Jonah Hill has to go to therapy because of that shit.
Oh,
Nah,
Because
he
he's
got
in mind.
you
he got
got
on
another
Ozempic.
one. Yeah.
Well,
Like I've been
didn't him and James Franco
mind
have a
fucked like
fallout because of James Franco pedophile
James Franco got
shit?
accused of sexual misconduct between like co-stars and shit,
Right,
and
right.
Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill swore they wouldn't work with him again.
no,
I read in on that case.
had a
So what
class.
happened with that?
He was teaching this class, and he was flirting with his students, like his underage students.
Yeah, sexual misconduct.
Yeah.
In the court documents, it said that so like when you have sex scenes in a movie, like it's obviously simulated. So like he was simulating an oral sex scene on a woman co-star, and they're supposed to use like a shield like on her private parts while he's simulating the oral sex scene, and in his classes he wasn't using shields, and that's what the whole lawsuit was based upon.
No shit. That's insanity.
So he's basically just eating
That's
all these women
wild.
out and being like, oh, it's just part of the movie, is what they were alleging anyway. And then from what I understand, it ultimately got settled out of court and he paid them all off.
They all just wanted money. They
Damn.
were enjoying it. They all were there to fucking get eaten out by James Franco, anyways. You know that's why they just took the money.
Probably. I'm sure that was part of it.
Damn.
I'm not
That's
gonna make
wild. I
accusations.
didn't know that. Damn, James
And then
Franco's a dog.
again, they broke ways at that point, right?
Yeah. And then he parted ways with all sorts of different people.
Right.
Yeah,
What's his
Interesting.
brother?
Jonah Hill
What's
and,
his
and all the and Jay Baruchel and all them said they would never work with him again.
Right.
So now
what's
he's
his brother?
directing.
What's his brother's name?
Dave.
Dave. Yeah. What's he doing?
He did
What's he?
He still acts. He did
what was
fucking
that
Bad
movie?
Neighbors.
The magic movie, right?
He did Bad
Oh yeah,
Neighbor
yeah,
and Bad Neighbor 2.
yeah. Well, I'm just talking about lately. Like what's the latest thing he's in? But he's in Now You See Me 3, right?
Right. But what was that magic movie too, right?
Yeah, that's
Now You
Now You
See
See
Me.
Me.
Now you see me, now you can't. There's like a third one coming out, right?
Hey, we were doing
Now You See
what,
Me.
what's that horror movie about the cabin in the woods?
Cabin in the Woods.
No, the one with the people and they're in the woods and there's monsters in a cabin.
Evil Dead.
No, it's Cabin in the Woods. You don't get the. You remember
Cabin in
from
the
Scary Movie?
Woods.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, Now You See Me is the movie, but the third one is called Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Right.
I
And I
haven't
think that
watched the
what's
second one either. I did watch the
I
first one
think
in
I watched the
theaters.
second one. I think I watched the second one. I don't remember.
Right.
Actually, I
That
did
was
watch the
the
second
one
one.
with John
Second one had
or
the FBI agent and shit.
Well, the first one had the FBI agent, Mark
right.
Ruffalo.
No, the second one
The
didn't have
whole.
Mark Ruffalo.
Huh.
Second one's FBI agent wasn't Mark Ruffalo.
The
Was
second
it?
one had no. The second one had Daniel Radcliffe. It was Harry Potter that
Yeah.
was in that one.
See?
Yeah, that was the second one, right?
Yeah,
Harry
I
Potter.
watched.
Hey, did you guys ever see Swiss Army Man with Daniel Radcliffe?
Yeah, I saw that. That was a weird fucking movie.
No,
That
what
was
was that
pretty
other
bad.
movie with Daniel Radcliffe with the horns?
Horns. It's the
Horns.
next movie. It's called Horns.
That was
What
a
was the movie with
fucking
the
good
tusks?
movie, actually.
Tusk.
Yeah,
Have you
Tusk
seen
was a good movie too.
Guns Akimbo?
Hey,
That was
buddy.
another one he did.
Man,
Where like
horns. Nobody could see him, right?
that shoots.
That was a great
If you could,
fucking movie.
you guys like Dodgeball?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a great movie.
That's a good movie. Dip, duck, dive, dip, and dodge. I
Catch,
don't.
catch. Dude, that was a good movie. That and God, what was that other?
How are we gonna do it without what's his name? Patches. He just got crushed by 2 tons of irony.
Yeah, that was a good movie. That made what's his name so famous?
Jay or whatever his name is.
Justin
Tusk.
Long?
Yeah, Jason
Man,
Long.
just yeah, Tusk. Tusk was great. I love Tusk. If you don't like Tusk, I don't care.
Tusk is so fucking abstract, and a
I
lot of my
love the
generation,
ending
I
of
don't
it.
think would fucking be able to sit
You're
through that.
Tusk. And he's like, the ending of that
Idiocracy was
movie
good.
was so good.
Yeah, I like that whole era, like the My Name Is Earl era, with like those actors.
Yeah. Earl used to be a good skateboarder too.
Yeah, Jason Lee.
Yeah.
He's still a decent skateboarder, actually.
Man, I used like
He
if you're in
he's been
Long
posting
Beach, if you go to
content.
like the Red Room and shit in Long Beach, they just have local skateboarders on the videos. It's pretty cool.
I've seen him in person before. He used to live
Yeah,
in
he's cool.
Denton, and yeah, his office was behind a jewelry shop that I went to,
No shit.
and yeah, so I actually shit. I have a blanket that his wife, her family made. Like she had a little blanket shop, like a little. It's like a Turkish tapestry shop, and I have like a blanket that she made. Not she made,
That's
but
cool.
her family made and imported it. So I have Jason Lee's wife's blanket that I bought from
Jeez,
her.
only.
Jason Lee's pretty cool.
Dude, his
He's been
like kickflip off the fucking like a 3-step. I believe it was in High Times. It was so sick.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's been posting content skating in his penny loafers and his like old man outfit.
Hell yeah,
yeah.
dude. That dude always rocks.
I never met him. I guess I probably had the chance because
That's
like
Coach
I
Frank on
saw him
skate, bro.
out in the open, but
Dude,
I
you
didn't
remember
want to be.
Thrasher magazines and shit? Dude, I was always into that shit, dude. He was
Did you
big back
play?
then.
You remember Skate 3?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. I love the skate
Yeah,
bit
Jason Lee
games.
is Coach Frank.
No shit.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the
Coach
guy.
Frank, the guy in the fucking cheerleader fucking shorts with the high
No,
socks that
no,
teaches you how to play the game.
no shit.
That's
That's awesome.
it. Hey, look him up on your monitor. You'll see him. He literally looks exactly like him,
Dude, he
just in
rocked.
high water shorts.
You couldn't tell just from his voice. Like
Yeah, I
he
love
has such.
Gentle damn. But yeah, you're right.
dental dams. Oh, is that what James Franco is doing? Dental
Yeah,
dams?
exactly. That's what he didn't do.
Yummy. Who the fuck uses dental dams? That's probably what he said.
He goes, I'm a method actor.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I gotta taste it.
We go real. We go real. All right. Cheers, guys. This is the sour sage.
This is a blanket made by
Damn.
Hell
Jason
yeah.
Lee's wife
Damn,
family.
that is so sick.
Yeah, it's a big fucking blanket. It's heavy. Quite one. I got it for her, but yeah,
Dude, that's sick.
right. It is heavy too. So you want
Yeah.
a nice blanket Turkish is the way to go.
Did you wash it?
What's that?
Have you
Oh
washed
yeah,
it yet?
yeah. You can just throw it in the washer.
I,
You just throw it in the washer in the regular laundry.
yeah. I would wash that quick. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, my wife wants to get some muscle relaxers. So I guess this next cruise, that's what we're getting.
Yeah.
I got those Tremadols or whatever.
Yeah, I got traumadols for my leg. Those are fucking strong, dude.
Yeah, buddy. I did 2 without anything, and I was like, whoa. I didn't realize when you smoke weed, it really like slows any pain meds down. So when I take like the Tremadols at home, it doesn't affect me as much. No, Dank. We're just watching
They
Dank's
cleaned
bedroom.
they cleaned out the pool next door for the last 2 weeks. They've been cleaning out that pool, but for the first 2 days, it was terrible for us because like the mosquito population, fucking
Dude, I hate the
like
mosquitoes in
quadruple,
Florida.
quintuple. Well, we don't get mosquitoes too bad because we treat our yard and shit over here, and
Right.
we have like like a gazebo type shit. I don't know, like what is it, screened in? But like when they fucking disturbed that pool, dude, these motherfuckers were getting in, and I was getting tore up in here, dude. I felt like that scene in Lilo and Stitch when Bleakley gets fucking tore up.
Well, dude, back in the early 80s when I was in Florida, they would come down the streets with these spraying machines
They
and
still do that.
they really do.
Yeah, they do it. They do it in the city of Orlando. If the cities want to pay for it, they don't do it in cities that don't want to pay for it. Mosquitoes
Doesn't
are a
Oh
that
wow.
problem.
seem
You gotta take care of it.
insane? Like you have to be in your house when they do that, right?
Yeah, they still
The
do it.
wife is calling. Be back maybe. We'll see. If I'm not,
All
see you
right,
guys later.
All right,
all right.
peace, Mark.
Where's Dank?
Yeah. He'll be here. Anyway. But yeah, I didn't believe they still did that shit, dude.
No, and the love bugs have died out too. There's not that many love bugs anymore. I remember a couple years back, the love bug population used to be fucking retarded, and I hated it.
No shit.
Yeah,
Dang.
you remember love
Sorry
bugs?
about that.
Sorry, we lost Mark. Mark's gone.
That's all right. It's time for a bong rip.
Yeah, buddy. Dab time.
Longer.
So you're in Florida. Dank, you're in Ohio, right? And I'm in Cali. Man, we really got the triangle going.
The Bermuda Triangle.
That's funny. Dab
Yeah.
time.
How much do ounces go for down there on the regular? Like if you're just gonna go hit your buddy up and buy an ounce of good weed.
No, that's a great question.
See, that depends on who you know. I could get one for 130 and it's fire.
How about like a normal person?
190.
See
Yeah,
about the
like the
going
base
rate
rate's
around
like
here.
190.
I'm just
Going rate
curious.
around
You
here is
know, we
probably
gotta say
100.
like what a normal. I don't give a shit what most of us are pros, but
Well,
so like
it's
200
still
bucks an
medical.
ounce. So like 200
It's
bucks,
still
you'll
only
get an
medical
ounce
here.
in like Florida. That ain't too bad.
It's
Yeah.
still only medical here, but no. But if it just depends on who you know, because like I'm very like well networked into it, so like I get ounces of wax for like $80.
But
Yeah,
And
like
I
yeah, I
don't
know
need
what
the
fi-
you're
wax.
but
saying.
like fireweed. So like 200 bucks, I'll get some fire.
Yeah, like some super fire weed that you're gonna be like wanting to show people would be like $200.
Uh, Not bad.
Yeah, same thing for like some top tier, like somebody's private grow that they probably don't even want to sell you anyway, about 150, 200. But
Right. Yeah, I
with where
understand what
I'm
you'll get. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
what I'm smoking every day, like if I was just to buy an ounce, it'd probably be like 130, 150.
Perfect.
And it'd probably be some like good looking green weed, like some GMO or some
Obviously,
fucking
no seeds,
something
right?
chem. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. I like really like funky weed. I
You
don't
like
like
the
sweet
meats?
fucking flavored weed. Yeah.
Really interesting. Cheers, bud.
Yeah, I'm so close to the Michigan border, and it's flooded with ounces of, X-rayed nasty weed that people can buy anywhere from like 30 to $75 an ounce.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, see, yeah. If I wanted to go use my medical card, which I think it expired because I haven't renewed it in 6 months. But if I wanted to go use my medical card, I could probably get a $70 ounce at the dispo. But that's like fucking truly floor weed.
Right, right.
Mm.
All like
Yeah.
larf and shit.
Because they have like Jungle Boys and cookies and real good dispensaries out here, but like they're premium and it's $45 for their eighth at any rate.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
Right.
if you
like,
get anything that's
Uh,
fire that's
now
packaged,
understand,
yeah, you're gonna
I
pay
know
for it.
Jungle Boys. Not only do I know Jungle Boys, I know the guys who own Jungle Boys. So it's so funny when you always say that
yeah,
shit.
I've met them.
Yeah, yeah.
I've met him at a I met him
They're good guys.
at like a I met him at a cannabis meetup session thing in Castleberry.
Now they rock. I love them. And I know a lot of the guys, so they're all cool.
And
But I
I met
mean,
the big chief
I love to hear the
that day too.
numbers because so you're in Florida, Danks in Ohio. So these are cool numbers.
Well, how much is a gram of rosin where you guys are? A gram of regular live rosin, not like super top tier, just regular live rosin.
2025.
Damn.
I'm
See,
mine
they just
Like
might,
don't
this,
understand rosin out
mine
here
might
yet.
be more.
this
Okay, if
GMO I bought
Is
from a
that hash?
shop, and I paid 30 out the door.
Is that hash rosin or is that just cold cure?
Yeah, it's hash. It's hash rosin. It's
See,
90 to 120
30's pretty good.
micron.
And also,
Same thing with it.
this is why that industry, that THCA industry, is so booming right now. Though, is because I could buy a gram of some some shit that looks just like that, or of some like nostalgic strains, and it'd be $30, $32 out the door shipping.
yeah, I'll
You
get
know,
it for 20. I bet
my
I can
one
get
of
it
my
for
favorite
20.
strains that's the most nostalgic,
But I
which
mean,
was
I
the
didn't
first weed
even
I
want to
grew, was
say the number
AK-47.
because that number is just not necessary. This is literally a number I'm buying, like literally from the dude. You know what I mean? So my number
Yeah.
Yeah.
wouldn't even make sense for most people. I can't imagine people can get my rosin for 20. Like it's
But
coming
I
from
know
like
producers
fire.
in Michigan that I can cop zips of rosin all the way up to pounds of rosin for prices that you would think I was lying. Like
Yeah,
you
I
I
can
mean,
get
usually get
well, I mean,
you can get
bulk
bulk in
In
Michigan.
Oklahoma,
every
I
one of
think in
these.
Oklahoma you can get rosin from the shop for like $8 a gram.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
could get
believe
like
it.
$12 budget
That's
rosin. I could get like the
insanity.
budget live rosin. And honestly, budget live rosin is better than no concentrate because that shit still is fire depending on who grew it.
Right.
Yeah, you can get zips of fire head stash rosin in Michigan from growers for like four or five
Oh
hundred
no.
dollars an ounce.
Yeah, I mean, it'll go down to like, I think my best I've ever seen was like $3 a gram. But I mean, in general, I mean, it's just stupid when you get to that. I mean, because you're at the lab at that point.
They just hit the sawzall on the roof. He just started with the
Dude, they are
sawzall.
just gonna take your internet out. They're just gonna be like, bam, bam, right on the cable.
I
Bam,
really hope
bam,
not
bam.
too. That's a new cable because
They
the one of
literally,
the last
they'll be like,
storms took
I
it out.
didn't see the cable there.
Yeah, Dank. I don't know if you were here, but they were throwing shingles down and it hit the Wi-Fi wire.
That's so bad.
No fun.
All right. Shout out to Noah. He is a $50 sponsor. I'm going to be doing a big sesh this
Yeah,
weekend.
Are you thinking Saturday or Sunday?
Any of the days. I mean, it depends when he'll get there. I'm gonna hit him up on Discord, see when he's free. I just had fun today. I was like, well, why not? This is my money. I haven't got it transferred over yet. We gotta do a cop killer. Dude, Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah. I wanna buy like a nice pound or like a half pound of some really fire bud and like do the bubble bags and freeze it and make some hash.
Do you guys remember Serial Killer on what was that movie? Anyway,
Yeah, no, but I want to make some bubble hash.
yeah, that'd be fire. Bubble hash is fire.
Or
I've got
press, or
freeze
just
dryer.
grab some fire nugs and press them on stream with a hair straightener and like a vice clamp.
Oh, the
Pressing some
hackers.
dabs.
Hackers. If you ever
A
watch
hacker.
Hackers, that dude Serial Killer who ended up being the voice of Scooby Doo, right? Or no, not Scooby Doo. He was the stoner dude.
Shaggy.
Shaggy, yeah. So he ended up being the voice of Shaggy, and he was also the dude on Hackers. Anyway, he was going to be the main character. If you ever watched this shit, it was interesting. He was going to be the main character of Hackers, and they blew him off. So he ended up being the backup character.
What's hackers about? I haven't heard of it.
Hacking computers.
After I
Pretty
get
gnarly.
moved, I'm gonna get my everything set up, and then I'll run a huge run of bubble hash and put it in my freeze dryer, and then when you go live, I'll come in and we'll press some rosin live on the channel.
Dude, do it. You got to send me
Oh hell
some
yeah.
too. That'll be fire.
Yep.
I
I
love
literally have
bubble hash.
two sub
Bubble hash.
freezers.
I would throw that on my bong. See, I like a bubble hash on a
Yeah,
bong.
man. Hey, man. You could send it. You could send it to Florida. You just slip one of those THCA legal notices in. Boom.
Again, don't get me started on this THC.
The loophole. The loophole.
I'm gonna still trip balls. I still
No,
can't
because I remember
understand it.
when I opened this, you
At this
started the
point, I
stream
think it's
off
all
like I
legal,
don't know
right?
how they're fucking doing it though. Like he started the
It's
stream
all
off and he
just
was like,
hemp.
back to that THCA thing. How the
We're
fuck are
just
they
gonna
doing
say
that?
it's all hemp THCA. Okay, guys.
Yeah, just say it's hemp. Who's
It's
gonna
so
fucking say it's
weird.
not hemp?
I don't understand it.
And
Yeah,
then and then
after I
say
get
it
moved,
and then say it's
I'm gonna get an Ohio license for hemp. That way, I can sell clones legally in
Dude,
seeds.
that's how you do it, bud.
oh yeah.
Like
I think
1,400 bucks.
my aunt's working on getting hers for South Carolina for hemp,
Yeah, it's so silly.
but to grow it for like the fibers.
Yeah, exactly. We're just doing it for the THCA and THC.
And then technically, once I have that license, if they don't ban it, then I can legally sell THCA myself if I wanted drinks, edibles, whatever.
Yeah,
I
dude.
don't think there's
Hey, Dank, I'll
it gets
teach you how to
taxed.
make some good diamonds if you want. It'll be really cheap. Yeah, we'll rock some diamonds.
I've made crumble before. I made crumble with my
Uh,
raspberry cough. That
yeah,
shit's
I
pretty
know,
good.
no shit. This is insane, just how the whole market's going, to be honest. Funny.
What do you blast with? What butane? Or do you like buy food grade?
Well, I'd be like like literally my butane. When I do big blasts, I'm doing 200 pounds of butane. So it's giant cylinders of
Oh yeah.
like big butane. I don't do tiny blast anymore. But if I did, it would be. I think most. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Dang.
I usually use the Vector 11 times.
And then
But
also,
like,
this is
That's
good.
the one that I've gotten that was like the cleanest because I've done it with
oh, the
multiple.
Whippet
The
ones?
Vector was
Yeah,
the
I
cleanest.
hear the Whippet. Well, see, the Whippet was the guys who back in the day tried to get me on that shit. I totally would do it. But anyway, but I mean, I do big runs, big runs. So like literally, I can work on it. I think me and Dank's gonna like make bigger. I think we could do better in Ohio. Maybe I'll get back in the
Do you
extract
still grow?
business. Nah, I don't
Do you
know.
Yeah,
still
I'm
there's a
grow?
just
guy in
honestly, here's what I do.
Illinois.
Honestly, I am just like out of most of the shit. But in general, I might get back in it. I might get back. Cause like Dank and you guys in Florida and shit, I think you guys need some help, and I might be able to help you guys do some good shit.
Yeah, there's a guy in Florida who's got like, I don't know, it's like two or three closed loop systems and like basically a whole lab setup. But I think he's trying to get 2,500 for or something. Is that
Right.
like worth it, or is it just better to build your own system from scratch? That way you
Well,
know exactly what you're putting into it.
how much did you say? 2,500?
Yeah, about 2,500, but then you got to drive to basically Chicago and pick it up and
Hmm.
then bring it home.
It might be worth it. Like, understand, like the labs. Like, let me show you real quick, guys. These are labs I did. Like, I know I showed it before, but I mean, I do big runs. Like, I could run like huge runs.
Yeah,
So
you
what
know.
you so
Do
what you want to do is you're gonna want to run these like
you know
crude
Primo
runs that are
or of Primo?
who?
Primo extracts.
Yeah, I heard of them.
Yeah, I've met that. So like you did big runs just like Primo. That's basically.
Well, mine
I
was
never saw it.
like these runs are like I think I would do 6 by 70 or no 60 by 72-inch columns, and then I would do about 4 kilos of crude, which is like 10 pounds of crude or something like that. And then I would end up running it through a 6 by 48-inch CRC. And so that's what I would end up with this. So then I could end up changing it up, depending on what they wanted. I could end up doing double crystallization. That's where we end up with this like diamonds. And then I can also do a this is in a oven if you warm it up. And then this is a simplification. This is just through a centrifuge.
Mm.
So that's a centrifuge. This is I believe I did some re I think I
So you know
recrystallized
how to
that.
do CRC and all that shit.
But yeah, I mean, all that I wish I should have showed the pre, but most of this is all done with like really gnarly CRC.
Right, because like it doesn't really matter what the material looks like, just the yield is going to change. Correct.
Right. Like for mine, I would run
Because you run it
for
through that
this, I would
clay.
run I think I was running like 4 kilos of crude and a a 12 by 72-inch column. And then I ran it through a 6 by 42-inch CRC. And then I ended up with about, I mean, like you're talking about 10 pounds. You got to figure my yield was probably like 30%, possibly. So if you imagine 10 pounds, drop it down to 30% or something like that, because that's what it ended up to make it look like this.
3 pounds.
No, but I know I was filling up my 12 by 72-inch. I filled up 40 ovens in about 8 hours. Now, if you look over here in the corners, see these orange buckets over here in the corners? That's more of it. So I just literally I had to pour them out, put them in the oven, pour them out, put them in the oven. I literally had so much shit at this point.
What what was the going rate when you were doing it for a pound of crude biomass? Because I know in Michigan it's about
About
25 bucks.
$3 a gram. Oh, sorry,
3
guy.
grams.
I gotta get you over here. Sorry, I didn't realize you weren't.
3
You said
grams.
how much?
So it'd be about $80 a pound.
Right.
Oh wait, no,
Yeah, about
like
$3 a gram back in the day. Well, I mean, this is I'd say it's 5 years ago, maybe.
no, so $3 a gram. So it'd be 450. So it'd be like $1,500.
Yeah.
But back then the prices were a lot different. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because you can buy people out in Michigan like all their trim and small buds and shit like that, and then you can buy basically pounds for like $25 now, and it's
Right.
halfway
I
decent.
mean, but understand I'm at a lab at this point. So my numbers are the
Right.
lowest of the lowest. So I would end up like I could take some of this shit, I could squeeze it out into a jar like this, and then I would end up making like a sauce and depending on what you want. So this is a simple centrifuge. And then I would take that and I would do a recrystallization. This is all the
In
same
order to get the
material. And then I can make the diamonds. So yeah, I could do all of these. So I mean it is what it is. And it depended on what they wanted. And like some of this shit obviously takes more time. But I mean, all this is basically the same material. I made a fire, a shatter, then this was it. And I took a picture just because the guy said it was too light. And so I had to make it a little darker.
Mm.
But yeah, that was a shatter I made. You see how stable it was? Very stable. But he said it was way too light. And I thought it was fire. Again, same material. So depending on what they wanted, I would change it up sometimes. Anyway.
I'm just doing numbers in my head, and it's like, okay, if I could find somebody with 40 pounds of nice trim, and then give them $1,000 for all 40 pounds of the trim, and then
Oh,
have it all
you're
ran.
dude, you already got it. You don't get how much money back in the day these guys were making.
Right. So
Exactly.
then even on a low end, if you're coming in at 15%, that'd be 15, would be three. That'd still be 6 pounds of wax for $1,000 plus the time and paying
Right.
somebody to extract it.
Dude, you already get
So
it.
you
How
know, like
much
you said,
money these guys were making.
right. So
That's
they
why.
could pay you $1,000 and still laugh all the way to the bank. All
Well,
right, now I get it.
that's why when I said like, I told you, I said I was dealing with semi trucks. Imagine semi trucks full of just Dwarf. You know what I mean? Just the worst of the worst. Didn't matter. Didn't matter.
How many
I could
full runs could you do in a shift? Just one or
I know literally I would take like in one shift, it would be an entire room bigger than this. Let's say it's 20 by 20, right? To the sky. I'd finish that in 8 hours
no shit?
because I'm running these giant columns. So as long as the guys are packing it right, I'll bang that shit out in about 8 hours. Hold on.
Shit. Seems very appealing now, doesn't it? Might just start doing it. Make an easy flip.
It's
I wish more
interesting that
people knew
the
about
only
concentrates.
thing that they made illegal in Ohio with the rec bill was that you can't extract with hydrocarbons.
Yeah, the extraction's always a bad thing. Hey, let me hit the bathroom real quick.
I forgot this is sitting down here. This is what is this? Blue runts that I grew. This is some of the stuff that I sent Nick. I don't know, there's probably like 10 grams left still.
What is it like? Shatter?
Yeah. Yep. It's still fucking really terpy.
I wish I had some of the shit I grew. I haven't grown in a couple years. I still have a
I'm
4x4 tent set up.
about to cut down 11 permanent marker, 11 sherb cake, and 11 black runts on Sunday.
Damn.
That'll be 9 weeks.
Oh yeah.
I got a music festival that I'm going to go to Father's Day weekend. So that should be all perfectly dry and ready to go for that show.
Yeah, I still want to try some good permanent marker. I haven't had any good permanent marker. Everybody's been talking about it.
Yeah, this stuff turned out really nice. You like barely disturb it and it just reeks. All right, time for a dab. First
Man, I'm
dab of the
grabbing a bunch of
day.
water.
Just been ripping the bong. Yeah, so I use this crap. It's called Dark Crystal Glass Cleaner.
Hell yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's why the nails
You
so
you know the
clean.
secret. That's the
Yeah.
secret.
You can buy these things for like
You know
15
me
bucks
and
or
me and
something.
Jack the Dab this other streamer, Jack the Dab Lad, he just made a video telling everybody to use that shit. And I was
Yeah.
talking about that shit in his stream. That is the shit.
Yeah.
And that shit, that shit will revive any Chaz, Puffco, Carta, Bomb, Dr. Dabber. It will revive any fucking atomizer.
Yep.
Show
It cleans up
show
nails
Nick so
big time.
show Nick so he can see what you showed.
What up,
I
YouTube?
showed him before.
YouTube.
I've showed him before, but yeah, and it's like non-toxic and it's all organic. Like you could literally drink the stuff if you really wanted to.
Yeah, that's the
It's like
shit.
15
Now
bucks for
that's
a
the
big
shit
bottle
you
of it.
clean. That's the shit you clean your shit with.
Yeah,
That's
my
why he
nail
keeps
with,
his
and then
banger
like
looking like my banger.
this bottle will last like 6 months to a year. You know, like it takes forever to use it. I just dip Q-tips in it instead of using isopropyl.
Right.
I I keep little vials full of that stuff.
And then like when you add a little bit of heat to it, it literally like lifts the resin off.
Yeah, I just keep that stuff in little vials so I can just dip my Q-tips in it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I have a couple
Like
little
this,
ones myself. Like if I'm on the go
yeah, I
with the
just keep
Puffco or
this.
something.
Yep, I just keep this lying around in my little kit.
Guys,
I've been to
if I get expensive nail, I'll buy that shit for sure.
I
I'll
don't
go
even
to
have
music
expensive nail.
festivals and
This is
rip
a
dabs, and then all of a sudden bust out a little vial of clear liquid, and they look at me funny. I'm like, dude, it's just cleaner for my nail. Yeah.
Well,
you
dude,
know
the
that
worst
brand.
part is when you're at a party and you hand them a rig and then you give them a dab and they just dab it. And you're like, I didn't say to dab it because they just dab it hot because you just handed them the shit. That happened to me so many fucking times. And so
I
it got to a point where I wouldn't even hand them
I
a
would.
dab until it's
Yeah,
ready
I
to
just hand him
dab.
the rig.
I'm
Yeah,
like, yeah, here's the rig. I'll give you the
that's
dab
how I
when
would.
it's ready. Because otherwise, I don't
Or
trust you.
or
Most of
they'll
my
do the
friends'
dab,
first dabs ever were from a Puffco, so I'd be fucking them up.
Well,
or
dude,
they'll do the dab, and then they'll try to pull the nail
oh, dude, and then their fingers are
like a
hot.
slide.
Bam, and then they drop it and break it.
One of my best friends, who's done dabs a lot in his life with me, has done that so many fucking times, and it's always when he's like a little bit buzzed too. It's so funny. He's like, "Oh shit!"
It's like
Thank God I had carpet when he would do it, so thank God the bangers would never break.
Yeah, you just melted your carpet.
Yeah,
it's like lighting the
just
backwards cigarette. You're like, oh yeah,
yeah,
I'm too drunk for this.
dude. He's
God,
done that.
my fingers hurt talking about this.
I've literally yelled at my friend Alex, been like, "Bro, stop!" And he's like, "What?" And he's like, just goes. He looks at me and he says, "What?" And he goes, and fucking lights it backwards. And I'm like, "Never mind, you got it." And he fucking just starts dying.
Yeah.
or you torch the nail and then you set it down for whatever dumbass reason and then reach over it and then get a nice circle burn right on your arm. Those are nice too.
The burns from
Dude,
this, man. The burns
you know,
from
my
this.
Yeah, yeah.
my first burn ever was in a car, and I pressed the button of the lighter, and then I pulled it out, and it wasn't red, right? And I got a milkshake, right? And I was at Dairy Queen. This is why I remember this. And then I go, well, it ain't red anymore, and I touched it.
No,
Boy,
that's
boy,
crazy.
it was hot. I think I put a
What?
circle barn in my hand because you know it's that coil. And
Well,
then I got my milkshake, and I remember putting my finger.
oh hell no. I remember I used to live in North Carolina when I had my Jeep, and I would drive around with a banger or with a little like pocket sized rig in the cup holder. But I remember the banger sat really high up, and I remember how I fucking hit a dab at a stoplight and set it down, and I reached over to grab something, and I burnt the hell out of my wrist, and ended up flooring it on accident, and I was like, whoa. Nothing bad happened, but I just remember that I stopped fucking keeping the hot banger in the car.
Well, my right side of my body is numb due to my neck being broke. And so I put a torch down at the car, and I picked it up, and like half my leg was melted. I didn't realize the hot metal was just laying on my leg and just started melting into my skin.
My
Yeah, I
buddy
have
here about a
a
month ago was doing a dab in the car, and the police walked up on him, and he's like blowing out just a cloud, you know. And the cops like knock on the window, and he rolled it down, and the cops like, that had better be marijuana, or you're going to jail. And he's like, dude, I swear, I swear. And they end up
well, you
just
could smell it.
they bitched at him about it, but they didn't arrest him or nothing.
All right. All right. I'm gonna say this. I hope everybody's okay. I ain't gonna say names.
Damn,
I
dude,
won't
Dick,
say
that
names
hurts.
on
But
this
he
one,
just
but this
torching
happened
that
about a
with
year
the
or two
wax and it
ago.
off.
I'm out in Las Vegas, right? Me and a few people. I won't say who their names are unless they ever want to admit it. And we were driving the car, and I wasn't driving. But we had a joint. Like, understand, like when I'm in a car with somebody smoking a blunt, it is fire. It isn't like a normal joint. It isn't a fucking scratch joint. It is fire. It is so fire that you could probably smell it 500 yards away, right? Anyway, out of the blue, a cop pulls us over in Vegas, right? I'm dabbing. I have a rig in my hand dabbing. We are smoking the loudest of the loud, probably award winning weed. I'm just saying. Won't say who's in the car with me, but possibly award winning weed, right? And then I'm dabbing, right? The cops pull us over. I put the rig between my legs, and then they let us go. They said, "Oh, you didn't signal right." And like literally, there is no fucking way in the history of the world that they didn't smell the weed in the car. Like there ain't no way. Like
Like how they
I know what we
are,
were
we don't want.
smoking. It was well, here's the funnier part is in the car, it was me, my buddy who's Asian, my buddy who is black, and I think I had a Mexican guy. I think we literally had like the whole trio of every kind of fucking like and it was one of those situations where I think the cops was kind of worried about what was gonna happen at this point. We had literally everybody in the car at this point. But it was man, I literally was like, oh, we're fucked. And like I put the rig between my legs and like it was just like literally that joint was the type that if you sparked it and blew it out, you'd smell it for 5 blocks. You know, Dank. You know that weed. It was not a light weed, I guarantee you. It was like literally we were probably driving down the road and everybody just could smell it. Like it was just like,
Yeah,
man,
the real loud.
I still couldn't believe they let us roll. They was like, you're okay. I was like, all right.
I took a
Fucking
Greyhound to Colorado in 2010, and I got out there, Colorado Springs. My buddy picks me up at the Greyhound station. We jump in his car. We get driving. He lights up a joint. I'm like, oh, good deal, you know. Not even 10 minutes later, we get pulled over. Colorado State Trooper. I'm like, oh man, dude, am I going to jail already? You know? And he's like, just be cool, you know. So he takes the joint, he puts it out in the ashtray. Fucking cop comes up, he rolls down the window. He's like, oh, I'm gonna need your guys' license, registration, da, da, da. We hand it over. He looks at it and he goes, oh, you're from Ohio, huh? He's like, what are you here for? I'm like, I'm here on vacation. I've never been out here. We're gonna do some hiking, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, that's awesome. You should check out this place, this place, this place. Cool, I'll be right back. Runs to his car, ran our names, I'm guessing, comes right back, gives us our IDs, tells us, you know, make sure we check this place out, and da 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 da, send us on our way. Never said anything about the weed the entire traffic stop.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I love guys
I
like that.
I've been pulled over twice and been like fucking blessed low key by the cops. One of them was when I was in North Carolina, and it was kind of the same with the ID. They checked my ID, but I had like these two delinquents in my car who I didn't know had guns, but when we pulled off from the stop, like we're like, oh shit, bro, we got guns. I'm so glad that he let us go. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I was in North Carolina. Fucking hell. I was in North,
We were really
right?
loaded. Thank God everything went good. Woo!
I was in North Carolina. Yeah, and I was in North Carolina. So and I had a half ounce of wax on me. And in North Carolina, that's like a fucking real felony. That's like
Yeah,
heroin.
no
Like
shit. I believe it.
they don't play. Uh, so I was like scared shitless. But at the time, I was a surveyor and I was a volunteer firefighter, and it said it on my ID. Um, so when I got pulled over and he asked for my ID, he saw I was a fucking volunteer firefighter in the town that we were currently in, and he was like, "Oh, I was just stopping to let you know that your tail light was out. You have a nice night, sir." Bro, I'm saying my asshole puckered so fucking hard.
Mhm.
And then after
Yeah.
that, when I moved back to Florida, I was dropping a friend off from a party naked. Like I was butt naked, like wearing only boxers, like drunk, hungover, still could taste alcohol in my breath. There was like half a backwood rolled, and it was smoked, and it was in the ashtray in my fucking car, like sitting there right in the cup holder. And I got pulled over after I left the neighborhood or left his house for running a stop sign, motherfucker. I got pulled over for running the stop sign, and the cop he asked me what I was doing, blah blah blah, and I told him I was dropping a friend off, and I'm just on the way home. And the car didn't have tags on it as well, and I was like, I just took the car because it was the only option right now. Everybody else is out, and I lived like a mile away. He saw it on my ID. I lived like a mile away, and he, he he's like, all right, sir, step out of the car. We're gonna just search your car, and if there's nothing in there, you know, you're good. But I was puckered up because of that backwood. And when I got back in the car, the backwood was no longer in the ashtray. Or no, like so no. Okay, so I was wrong. But when I got out of the car, the backwood was in like you know how like older cars have a double din like
Right?
radio, so there's that cubby. I had like a 2001 Eclipse, and I had the backwood in that double din like under the where the CDs would be. And
Right.
when I got out of the car and I got back in the car after searching it, that backwood was in the ashtray, and he let me go on my way. I was like, what the fuck? So he found the backwood, put it in the ashtray, and let me go.
Yeah, they were cool back then.
Dude, it was
Well,
like
that
three
was the
years ago.
same thing. Well, like I had an issue the same way. I had uh I'm gonna go on a two story. This is something nobody's ever heard before. Okay,
Uh
I
oh.
don't think I've ever
Uh
told this
oh.
story.
Hey, bro, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I thought you knew.
I hope we have enough years between this. So what happened was is
He said, I hope we have years between this.
me and this one girl, she wanted to like run away, right? So she ran away with me and we bounced and I picked her up and wherever she was, we ain't gonna say states. And and we left, and a state trooper pulled me and my grandfather over, right? He's passed away since then. And he goes, "Who are you?" And he was like, "It's me and my friend." And evidently she had like a warrant out for her because like she ran away, right? And she ran away to my state, right? And eventually my mom called her. The cops called her. The cops came to my grandfather's place, right? And he's like, "Dude, we got to get her out of here. She's got to go back," right? And so, like, my grandfather's like, All right." So we drove her back and it was insane. But anyway, long story short, years later, my grandfather died, right? And I came back to Ohio, right? And I'm in Ohio and like I get an argument with my wife. We were in Columbus and like she punched me while I was driving, and I was driving a 3/4 ton diesel truck, and I gunned it, and it was right when the rain hit, right? And the rain hit and I gunned it, and I lost the tail of it, right? And I smacked into a Subaru WSRX right when it came out, and a brand new like Honda Accord, right? I just wrecked these two vehicles, right? And then I'm like, I'm out here. I gunned it. My front wheel popped off and fell off. It was bad, right? And so I'm like, fuck. And then like the people came out of everything and they're all yelling at me and this, that, and the other. And then the cops came around. This one cop put me in the back of the car. And then they're all yelling at me. And I was like, I'm ignoring everybody. And I tried to say, I was like, and then the cop goes, "Do you want to go to jail?" And I said, "No." And I said, he goes, "Why are you here?" Because I had a California driver's license. And I said, "Well, what happened was my grandfather, Jack Killian, died." And I said, "And my uncle died, and everybody died." And I was like, "I'm just here for some funerals." And I said, "I'm having a bad day." That's literally what I said. And 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 he goes, "Okay." And that was the end of it. And then I go, "Can I talk to him?" And I see my wife and my friend out on the curb. And he goes, "No." And then people came up and they kept trying to talk to me and they go, "No, I got it. I got it. I got it." And understand this wreck happened at like 10 o'clock, maybe 11. And now it's 3 in the morning, right? They already towed everything, right? And everybody left. And he ended up opening the car door and he gave me a failure to control ticket. And he said, "Have a good day." And then the next day I got a call from the 2 cars, the insurance companies, and they said, "Why didn't they give you a breathalyzer or a drug test?" And I said, "I don't know." And they go, "That's weird." And I go, "Yeah, well, it is." Because he
I'm
goes,
just like that.
he
I'm
goes, he
lucky.
goes, he goes, "How many beers have you had to drink?" I said, "Dude, I had 6." I said, "But it isn't the 6 beers." It really wasn't. I literally gunned it and it was just started raining. I lost control. And so he took care of me. But he was about to retire. This dude was old. He didn't give a shit. I loved it. It was, you could kind of tell, like, as an older person, you could just tell he was just like, well, I'm at the end of my career. It doesn't matter. And he knew my grandfather, my whole family and shit. So he was just like, he gave me a little break. So give me that, Uh, dab time.
There was an older township cop that used to go up to the Legion all the time that I used to go to and drink at. And like on his last year, he would he would just give us rides home when we were wasted, like in the patrol car. Granted, he'd be half cocked too, but you know, there'd be like four or
Well, I
five of
mean,
us shit
like when you're in
faced
these
in the
small
cop
towns,
car.
especially in Ohio, when you're in these small towns, you know the cops. My uncle knew the guys. He grew up with them. They became cops, and he didn't. But I mean, I remember the one time it was this guy. He was in a 33 pickup truck with a wood bed. He's gunning it, rah, rah, and he goes hops in. I hop in. And the cops behind us with the lights on. It was like a fucking Dukes and Hazard shit. And he turns around, bang, and he makes a fucking U. He spins around, and he zips in my grandfather's driveway. And the cop comes in behind us, and he's just laughing, and I'm scared to death. I was like 18, 19 years old. I was like, oh my God, we're going to jail. I don't want to be a part of this. How do you jump out of a car doing like 90? You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? And then the guy hops out and they're laughing. He's laughing. My grandfather's laughing. And he was like, once I saw your truck, because his truck was a very famous truck. It was like yellow, 1933. It had a wooden bed that said 33 on it. It was like very distinguished. You know, he had a big block, you know, I don't know, whatever the fuck engine he had in it. And he's racing this cop, and this cop's like, well, I'm your best friend. And they became, you know, we jump out all chilling, and I freaking out. But yeah, that's Ohio.
You see there were two big sun flares, and it knocked out like all shortwave radios and a bunch of other communications, but it was all centered over on the other side of the world, so like Britain and
Dude, they said the sun flares are gonna
South
fuck
Africa and
us
stuff.
up. I already started with that. That was one of my conspiracies, dude. The sun flares are gonna rock and roll us here pretty soon. They said the next 2 weeks we could be losing some shit.
Right, because the our magnetic field just keeps getting weaker and weaker as the poles are moving or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
So even a
exactly.
minor
Nobody wants to
solar
talk
storm,
about the pole shift, right?
even a minor solar storm could just knock out whatever, and it's just whatever side of the planet gets the luck of the draw of it, basically EMPing.
I know. Thank God you're with me, Dank, because like a lot of people, like I'm a conspiracy guy and I'll go alien this, that, and the other. But right now we got a pole shift conspiracy, and you guys can all joke about whatever, but we're having some shit happening. It is insane when you actually follow some of this shit. There is solar flares happening that's gnarly. We got a polar shift, which is actually fucking up our magnetic sphere, so that those solar flares are affecting us so much more.
Plus, I think we're going into like an 11-year, like much more active solar cycle. I could be butchering that, but
Yeah, the cycle's changing. It's going to be crazy. I understand. I mean, everyone's it's like, well, I'm not talking about aliens anymore, guys. We're talking about real shit. They actually like different. Like
they were
out of the
talking
blue,
about it on the news
Spain,
last night.
Portugal's losing their fucking power. Time to death. He's in Florida. He's like, fuck it. I know Florida. You're like, I got alligators, snakes coming up on me. I miss Florida. Florida's crazy.
Love Florida. Like 75 degrees now. Just chilling.
Redneck capital of the world. Admit it.
I think the wife and I are going to go get some lunch. So I will see you guys later.
All right,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Dank. Love your
hop
shirt,
off and
bud.
get ready for work.
Thank you for coming on, bud.
Thanks.
Have a good one, bud.
Definitely.
Peace.
Later on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat and go get ready for work. You have a good day, Nick.
All right, you out of here too?
Yeah, I gotta get ready for work.
All right, do your thing, bud. I love you coming on, bud.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
All right, peace out. All right, everybody. It is just me. I love everybody coming on, though. Don't get me wrong, guys. If you guys want to jump on here, I will show you a cam link. We have a lot of fun. This is the most fun I love because I can get to talk to somebody. I don't have to like try to force my comments and shit. So you guys want to jump on here, do it. If not, I will entertain you myself. All right. But again, thanks to Noah for helping us out. We're going to get a big sesh here this weekend with Noah. I'm going to get some Modelos and some fireballs. Hey, Token. So I tried to change it up, guys. I got the got the Synergy rig from Earl Jr. You know, my rigs are all signed. You know why they sign them? Because they made them. No, I'm just kidding. Not every rig is signed. Most of my rigs are. Especially my like one-off ones. I think all my one-off ones are, just because I doubt he would ever do them. Hey, buddy, get your nails hot, load your bolts, roll your turn on your vaporizers. Shout out to everybody who came on the stream. I have a lot of fun with this shit, guys. Remember back, I got famous on a few things. Obviously my dab Marines, my dab outs. We also did the Dab Till You Die Gauntlet. And then I actually got on KTLA 5, which was kind of crazy. They put me on their Molly segment, which was stupid. Go Mollies. Because I said I'm hot and sweaty. All right. Yeah, buddy. Cheers, guys. Ian. Get your nails hot. Load your balls. Roy Jones. Turn on your vaporizers. Pour your beers. Pour your shot. If you want to game with me. If you want to get high with me. Don't forget to check out the Discord. It's a fun place to be when I'm not here, guys. I am on the Discord. Cheers. A beautiful shit I made in different labs. I doubt I'll ever do it again. This is just shit I used to do. Back in my day, I used to do cool shit. All right, everybody, get your nails hot, load your bowls, Roy joint turbines, turn on your vaporizers. Check out our Discord, guys. Don't forget. Hold on, wait. I think I got it. Bingo. All right, let's get our Discord, guys. Don't forget to come over here. Hit me up on the Discord, guys. You guys can actually post pics, have some fun. TGIF. There we go. Check out the Discord, guys. Also, if you ever want to do something and help the channel out, you want to be extra special, sponsor it, get me to tell your name, come over here to buymeacoffee.com. Noah's helped. So many people has helped so far. Thank you, guys. We got Noah. We got G-Man, a.k.a. Man, G-Man did it so many times. We also got Rumble Funks, a.k.a. G-Man is Laser. We also got Rumble Funks. Here we go. So here it is. So thank you, Rumble Funks. Rumble Funks is my boy Brian. Shout out to Brian, dude. He was my very first donator. Helping me out right here. Wait, no, right there. Shout out to my boy Brian, Rumble Funks. Wait. No, there it is. Sorry, we got so many. My boy Rumble Funks did the first donation. His name is B Savage. Or no, B Savage is Brian. Anyway, Rumble Funks. And then we also got G Man, which is Lazar. He did so many donations. He might be the top donator. And then the newest one we got is Dwarf Noah. We got the Fireballs and Modelos. Love it, guys. If you guys donate, feel free to tell me what you want me to do. We're going to have some fun here. Me and Noah is going to kick some ass this weekend. I'm going to get live with him with some fireballs, and Modelo. Going to be fun. Damn. Alex, you always know what I'm talking about. Run it on some golf.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of this PGA.
All right, we got to
Tour
get
event
some
already
golf
in
going.
progress.
We're going to
We're picking up the
master
action
this
on the
shit.
first hole.
I really want to play some fucking Harry Potter, but I'm not doing so good on Harry Potter.
Okay, balls in the air. Let's see
Balls
how
in
this
the
plays out.
air.
Time for the second shot
Alex.
into the first.
Damn, I need to get to Mexico. Guess where I'm going in June 25th? Any guesses? Mexico. Gonna get some muscle relaxers.
Going with the pitching wedge here. And this putt is for birdie 3 on the scorecard. John, have you got a good read on this one?
There's a little complexity, and this one's going downhill, breaking to the right.
Yeah, the line was pretty good, but the length, that was loose.
Yeah, we're doing the
Bad
Cabo
effort
one
right
again.
there from long range. Big breaking putt. He just didn't quite read it right, but it'll be an easy par.
3 feet to go here to the hole.
Man, I fucked everything up.
Well, that's not the most positive of starts. Getting underway over par.
Yeah, a bit of a rocky start, but let's face it, 17 holes left to play, Luke. There's lots of times to make up for that mistake.
Shut up, motherfucker. Watch me take over the lead right
Just a
now.
little wandering right to left, dog leg par 5. That
Can't wait to get to Cabo. We're doing the Royal Caribbean RC. It's gonna be so fucking fire.
Hand side and a low area on the left. However, this hole, par 5, is very gettable.
Let's return to live play now. Playing this shot from about 180 yards.
Crush a bit, little bit, rolling
This
up,
wind?
take a hit,
That's a thing of
feeling
beauty.
it, feeling right.
Oh, this is
2
exciting.
a.m.
Putt for an
summer's
eagle.
night. Boom shakalaka.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's a good way to bounce back from the drop shot at the last hole. After that hole,
Oh,
this
I'm
player is
almost
in second
in the
place
lead.
behind Roseng. The third hole at
Who wants to
Players
see a
Sale is
hole
just
in one?
picturesque
This
par three.
guy.
Yes, water down the right-hand side will certainly come into play. Bunker front left and long
Hole in
left
one, baby.
Also could see some action. This is a beautiful, picturesque, but difficult par 3.
Yep, that shot safely on the green. Henny, take us through the break on this putt.
There's a slope here, and it's going to go right to left on the slope.
birdie putt was oh so close to dropping. And that should secure
Oh,
the
you
par
guys
on
want me
this
to go
one.
get another beer?
And as we check the standings, our featured player is tied for first alongside Rosang.
And after that good play, moving up the leaderboard.
As we get to the fourth hole, Rich, the big bomber's eyes just light right up.
Oh, it's going to tempt the long players, isn't it? To
Oh,
take a
Noah.
rip
Should
at it,
I
but you
get
gotta be
another one or should I
aware
wait?
of that water and
No, I
sand
think I
coming
might
into
have to
play down
wait.
the
Should I
left-hand
wait till
side.
tomorrow?
If you bail out
Buddy,
to the
I think I
right-hand
might have
side,
to
just have
wait.
a short
Maybe
little second
tomorrow I'll
shot,
grab
but you
some
got a
more. If not,
green
if you
that's
want me to go
tiny in
get some,
size
I'll get
with
some
all
now.
kinds of movement on it.
You called in the shots. I'm pretty faded, but I'll grab some more if you want. Otherwise, I think we should do it tomorrow. But otherwise, I'll go get some. I'll get some now. Go right now. Alex is trying to kill me. I don't give a shit.
And look at that. Focus solely on the green. This is a bold play. Even for the day.
Yeah, I know. I like how you think. I'll get one. And then we'll go extra hard tomorrow or this weekend. You and me, buddy. We got to get live. It ain't too bad. I love it, dude. I love you, bud. You and me are the same. Trust me. I was probably gonna go get it anyway.
Rose is
I
watching
like
on
I
nervously
like I
down
like
here,
the
guys. It's
push.
this putt, and she'll trail.
John, have you got a read on this one?
Nothing too much in this putt. It should go a little bit to the right, though, I think.
That's why me and Noah's good best buddies. Oh, damn it! I fucking suck at
He's got a par putt here. Let's see if he can make it.
I'm gonna just leave it live, I guess. I'll just
That's
run
a
the
great
score.
play
real
at a
quick.
great time because they've not only moved up the leaderboard, they've now moved one shot in front of their rival.
All right, stay here real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Who's ready to get faded? Dude, Noah, you better jump on here. At least for this, maybe. If not, we'll get you this weekend. I got it, dude. I fucking went out. I did the journey. If anything, I'm gonna get a bigger one this weekend. So we got another one of these. I think this is like a double. And then we got, oh yeah. I don't care. I'll do this shit solo. I'm gonna be the new only use me blades. Dude, if you guys donate enough, we'll get crazy. You only live once. Oh boy, I got my buddy coming in, Noah. Oh shit, we got Noah. How you doing,
You
buddy?
there?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, 10-4.
How you doing?
I'm chilling, brother.
Yeah, buddy.
How
Thank
are
you,
you?
bud. Dude, I'm just starting it. This isn't gonna even be the video. This is just a prep. This weekend we're gonna go extra hard. I'm just working on my cinnamon, so
Nah, yeah, that's like a double shot one. I usually I usually take like I have these ones. You could get them at Ralph's or Vaughn's, the little 10 packers.
dude, I'm gonna get that this weekend. Dude, we're
It's
gonna
like a
go
10
crazy.
packer, and they're only like $11 for 10 shots.
We're going crazy this weekend. I just wanted to warm up on it. How you been?
Bro, good, bro. Every time I go out, I always forget to get alcohol, dude. So my rig's a little dirty. But I don't
That's
give a
fine.
fuck.
Yeah,
I have a,
I literally never clean rigs because I only had like one or two always, but now I have like 12. So it's like I try to rotate them, which is nice, and it keeps me cleaning the rigs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have another one. Like it's like I don't even I haven't used it for a whole year, dude. It's like it's $700. It's a got by a guy. He's from Vegas. Like you know how all these glass blowers they moved from Cali to Vegas. You know what I mean?
Right, right,
Because this is like a Don. I don't know if you heard of Don Rob before. Don Rob or some shit.
right.
His name is Don Rob, but he's a cool. They have like I like glass blowers because that shit's dangerous, bro. Have you ever seen them like do that shit live?
Dude, it's so hot too, especially in the
I
hot climates and shit, dude. Yeah, it's so hot.
I give props to them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I got a lot of good glass blower friends. That's why I got so much glass, I guess. I mean, even me and Ben Wilson and Sheeta, we gave him a lot of RSO when he had cancer and shit. And we always loved to support those guys. You know what I mean? Earl
Yeah.
Jr. was a guy I just loved his glass because his shit was scientific plus like artsy. You know what I mean? And so, like, and he's blowing up now, thank God. So I got a lot of his pieces.
That's badass.
Yeah, this is one of his. This is like I think he only made two of these. These are a Synergy cup.
And I bet you that hits so smooth too. Like hits
Well,
so
yeah, and you know the wide base, it's so simple. It doesn't like knock over easy. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Dab time.
But remember when everybody used to smoke those quave nails, whatever? What's it called? Quave nails?
Right.
What happened to those? I haven't seen nobody smoke those. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those was sick. Those Quave nails or whatever they
Yeah, they're
pronounce
like how
them.
much were they? Like 160, right? 140 or some shit.
Yeah.
Expensive as fuck.
Well, I had also the Toro nails. This was like 150. Yeah, same things. Insane.
150. I get what's it called? Have you heard of bear quartz? Bear quartz nails?
No.
It's like their logo is a bear under the nail.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's like $40, $30.
Quave
I
CQ banger. Yeah. Quave club banger. Yeah, exactly.
or
Something like
motherships and
that.
shit. Motherships.
Yeah, me and Noah have been around a while. We've seen it all. I mean, I think back in the Secret Sesh days, that I think when you saw me, I was getting a Toro trough. The troughs, remember the troughs?
Yeah,
I
I
think I
like the
got a
Toros with the three perks. You know how some of them had the two or three.
right, right.
I
Yeah, it
like
was
Toro.
I had the trough banger, I remember. That was a nice little thing. It had that little presser, which was nice. We ended up using it on some rosin.
It's crazy how time changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like you've been around, like if you haven't been in the sessions like we've been in, you haven't seen like how it changed as much as us we did. You know what I mean?
Yep. Shit.
Remember the titanium nails? I mean, it went from like, the titanium highly educated all the way up, you know what I mean?
People used to take dabs. Like I remember when I was like my first dab was probably in senior in high school. Like I'm 28, so 10 years ago, whatever. You know what I mean? I took my friend's like, here's a dab, right? He just torched the shit. You know, like the Home Depot torches, the blue ones, remember? The Home Depot torches, how people would
Yeah.
use them in the old school.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The fucking
So
propane torches. Yeah,
yeah, so
exactly.
this motherfucker would light it so hot the nail, and he's like, "Oh, dab it." I was like, "We don't gotta wait a second." He's like, "No, red means go." I was like, "Oh my fucking god."
Damn, you're 28. Holy shit, dude. Back when you seen
Yeah.
me back in the secret sesh, you was young, young. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that. Oh shit, dude. Hell yeah, bud.
But age doesn't matter, bro. I feel like age
No,
doesn't
no. No,
mean
I
shit
used
in
to be I
life.
used to be like 14 years old and I was hanging out with these like 50 years old because like it was like we were all on the same we were like let's get high. I don't give a shit, you know what I mean? We're all in
That's
the
when I
same
like
mentality.
me too. Like when I went to the secret session, I met like all these guys when I was like 18. They're like 28, 30.
Yeah, I
You
was
know what I
gonna say
mean?
you
So,
was young, young back then. No shit. I didn't think about that. You're zipping around on your little
my,
hoverboard.
yeah, I miss those shits. Good times. Cheers.
Good times for sure. Cheers, bud. Oh shit. Wait, I forgot something. I forgot this. Hold on. Yeah, dude. Remember those hoverboards, dude? Those little two-wheel boards. Naps had one in Long Beach, right? And in Long Beach, we have these trains that come by. I don't know what you want to call them. They come into Long Beach and back. And I tried to zip across one of those on those little two-wheel boards, and I fucking ate shit, dude. And it was right in the middle of like fucking like traffic. We're in like Long Beach Boulevard, like downtown Long Beach, and like everybody just saw me just eat shit. And me and Nap scooted up to him, and I said, "Should we go for it?" And he goes, "Yeah, go for it." And I said, "All right." And I leaned forward and I hammered it. Boom! I got stuck and just face planted right in the fucking middle of the road. And then he was behind me. He stopped and he goes, "Ah," and then everybody's honking and laughing. It was embarrassing.
Nah, and it's like with those, you gotta be careful because like nowadays they make like the bigger ones, whatever. But those ones, because you know how our streets in LA or whatever, they're always like those little cracks and shit, dude.
They're gnarly. Yeah.
I got fucked up one time, and I was like, that's why you gotta be. That's why they made those shits like probably legal. What's it called? Like, you have to wear a helmet right now or so. I don't even fucking know what the fucking law is or whatever.
Even for a hoverboard? That'd be
Yeah,
crazy.
I think you have to. I don't know because you see those people. They use like it's like not even the hoverboard.
That
They use it
one
like
wheel,
the
that
one
one wheel
wheel.
board,
Yeah, the
yeah,
one.
that one wheel one, that one's
Yeah.
scary, dude. Dude, that's how they have you ever seen it? They see the guys who run the like 400-meter dash or whatever. They have a guy on one of those like filming it just because he can keep up with them, you know what I mean?
Come on,
And he's like zipping beside him on those one wheels, just fucking filming. It's crazy.
that's pretty badass.
Yeah, those one
But
wheels are
those,
scary.
yeah, I wouldn't want to use one of those. Probably fucking crash or some shit.
Well, they go so fast. Those things go like 50, 60 miles an hour. They go quick.
Hmm.
Cheers,
I just
bud.
tried some. Cheers. I tried some pink lemonade. I like this brand, dude. It's pretty good, man.
How much was it?
Mm, so they usually go, I think, is like $42 a gram, right? 42. And it's I like the quality.
Now,
Watch, I'll show you.
how much is that out the door? Is that tax, title, everything?
Yeah, fuck, California's fucking.
You know how
So,
it goes. Like, I mean, is
so,
that like
so I bought
55
2 grams.
bucks
So,
out the door or
so I
something
bought
like that?
2 grams. I bought 2 grams and I bought two, get one free, right? So I bought two. It was 79.
All right.
So it's like what, 30 something, whatever, or then
All right.
tax.
You know, I just got to say the numbers because, everybody in the comments are always thinking what we're thinking. You know what I mean? Dude, that looks fire, though. It probably is like off the chart,
And
right?
it's wet too, you know what I mean? It's not like dry, it's like wet. It's like, you get what I'm saying? Like it starts wet, you know what I mean? Because
So,
keep it in
like,
the
what
fridge.
is that? $37 a gram? Did we say something around there? That ain't too
Probably,
bad.
yeah.
That ain't
And
too
the
bad.
THC on these are like 72, 72 to like 68, whatever.
Oh yeah, bud. Yeah, this shit is 15 bucks out the door. I try to keep it cheap because I go through like a gram a day, so I like kind of worry about how much I spend.
Yeah, me
If I was
too, man.
spending
It's
like
fucking.
30 bucks a day, if you add that up in a month, that's insane.
But if I fucking. That's why I don't smoke bud. I feel like if I smoke bud, I'll be smoking ounces by the day.
Yeah, I think back in the day I smoked about an ounce a month.
Ounce a
But
month of
that
bud.
was me being really savory. You know what I mean? Not smoking a lot. That was me being generous, I guess. Cheers.
Cheers. I'll take a little fireball shot with you.
Here, I'm ready. Here's Viral. I'm starting to like it more.
You know, I never liked the gum. Growing up in school, like how my friends were like, "Oh, you want some like that cinnamon gum, whatever?" I was like, "I'm good."
Yeah, Big Red. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, but and now my dad's like, my dad and my mom like, "What the hell? You could drink Fireball?" Ugh. I just like Fireball. It's like that cinnamon taste, and it's not like tequila and like I feel like I could drink that, but it's too much. Like Don Julio, all that shit. It's like fuck.
Well, you said you go to Cabo too, right?
No, I haven't been yet. My dad goes,
Oh,
and I'm
that's
gonna
where you're
take a
heading?
trip. I'm
Hell yeah.
gonna take a trip to probably Aruba, and I'm gonna go to Aruba first. Then probably beginning of next year, I'll go to Cabo for our
Aruba's on the
birthdays.
East Coast, right?
Yeah, it's like under Bahamas. It's like a little island.
You're in the Bermuda Triangle, roughly.
Oh fuck! About that. Hey,
I'm pretty sure if we talk about this, that's where you're going.
Hey, so hey, if I use my jet ski, dude, I don't get that, bro. Imagine you're just like remember the movie Jurassic? Was it the third one or second one where like the start off the movie where the son and the dad parachuted up like
Dude, that
behind
was
the boat,
great.
right?
Dude, I
Yeah,
was on that boat. That boat, I did it in San Diego, and they go, "Dude, we were the boat in Jurassic Park 3." Like, because I did the paragliding on it. Yeah,
yeah.
no shit. That's funny.
Nah, but like, do you think that's what like the pyramid triangle is, or what? Like, you go in it and then you disappear, or what? I don't
Well,
get that
no, what
shit.
it is, it's something underwater. Because out here in California, we got the Long Beach in LA triangle, right? So it goes from Long Beach to LA to Catalina, right? And there's a triangle, and that's where shit happens. I've been in Long Beach and I seen fire shoot out of the water and just
What
go
the fuck?
up. And I thought it was a Chinese lantern because we get those out here, but it
A
kept
Chinese? What the
going.
fuck is it?
But those Chinese lantern burns out at a point, right? I don't know if anybody knows what a Chinese lantern is, but they,
What is that?
well, out here in SoCal and like Asian communities, they light these
Oh, for like people that die or pass away, and they go right.
right, and it's like if you put fire under like a piece of paper, the heat
Yeah, and go.
rises, right?
Yeah.
But eventually they burn out. Anyway, long story short, this shit just kept going, right? and I was expecting it to burn out. It didn't. It just kept going and going and going. And out of the blue, it just went fucking out of sight. And I was just insane when I saw that. I was like, and like, so they got the Bermuda Triangle, they got the Long Beach Triangle. And out here, if you ever swim, because I surfed and swimmed out here, it's very horrible waves out here because we got south facing beach and Long Beach. And
Yeah, and you have
anyway,
to wait till September to
it,
good waves in September a little bit.
right. But anyway, when you get out so far, it drops off. There's a huge drop off. And if you ever even when I go on the cruise and shit, they show you how deep the waves are. It's very deep right off the coast of California, which is crazy.
That shit's fucking.
Like we're talking like a mile deep. You know, that's
That's
deep.
that's why like I'm not scared of the ocean, but it's like crazy when you like because I jet ski in the lake and shit, and like I'm going like Lake Mojave, and like that's like the depth is like 500, and you can't even see shit, man. You're like what the fuck's under
Well, I
here? You know what I mean? It's
remember
like
when we were on the cruise ship, it got to a point, I think the depth was like 1,200, 1,500 feet. You know, you're talking
shit.
2, 3 miles.
Fuck
That's
that shit.
deep, deep.
That's some. I don't know. What? Fuck
Nobody's
it.
going down that deep, you know what I mean? Because I remember, because you're on the cruise ship and then, like, you pull it up on your TV. I don't know if you've ever been on a cruise, but they'll pull it up on TV and they'll be like, here's where I am. Here's how deep it is. And they're just sending sonar. And just imagine that sonar is taking that long to get back. I mean, that's insanity. You know what I mean?
Nah, that is. Nah, but what's it called? One trippy time when I went outside, and you know how Elon Musk, I think it was like no, it was like fucking, I'm 20, I want to say 7 years ago when, remember Friday night sessions were going on? Like, remember like the Friday night sesh in like in the valley?
Yeah,
It
dude,
was like
that rocked.
yeah, so I went out, so I was like with my buddies, 805, 805 Oilers, those guys that
Yeah,
run
yeah.
those, so me and my buddy, we were just modeled out, right? Fucking already like buzzed, right? And we look up in the sky, dude, and we thought it was some alien shit because you know at nighttime and when SpaceX or like when they launched it, it looks like a fucking, it
Oh,
looks like,
dude, I know what happened, dude. I was in like fucking Long Beach when that happened. Out of
bro,
the
I
blue,
was
it blew
scared.
up. It was the first time you seen that shit. Dude, I
Yeah.
thought we were being attacked by
Yeah, me
aliens,
too.
dude.
I called my dad and my brother. Like I was called. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, I look up. I never seen that shit in my life. You know what I mean? That was like 7 years ago, and like now that's how crazy how technology is going. You know what I mean?
And now
And
when
I,
you see it, every time you see it on the news, you're always like, that's SpaceX, right? You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because I do that too. I'm the same thing. I'm like, dude, when that happened, I literally almost had a heart attack. I was like, oh my God, shit is happening.
I was like, oh shit, there's gonna be a big boom or some shit. You just see like all these helicopters, like fucking like the military and everything. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, dude, I think it was in December when I saw mine. I don't know when yours was. Mine was in December, and we were in Long Beach at this like thing, and out of the blue, everybody goes, "It's an alien." Because you know, when you see it, it's this explosion out here in California. It's
And it's like
crazy when you see this shit.
it's like, and it had like a lot of like layers, like you know what I mean, like a lot of light layers, whatever. And I was like, bro, imagine you're on mushrooms and that happened. You'd be like, fuck it. He was like, you know what I mean?
Well, dude, I think I was on acid at that time. I was like tripping balls. I was like, oh my God, we got some issues. And everybody, like literally everybody at the park started freaking out. And I said, yeah, you all better freak out. We're going to die. You know what I mean?
You're just gonna see fucking aliens come out the fucking water and everything. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, like I said, and then eventually you get used to it. Now, out of the blue, you see it on YouTube. And they're like, here it is. And it's like, nah, that's SpaceX. Every time you see it, you know what I mean? You're like, it's in Australia. It's SpaceX. But you tell me that isn't a way to like get people used to that, right?
It's probably the beginning, you know what I mean? Beginning to it, you know what I mean? So people are not afraid, or it could be like, not afraid, but could be like, okay, something or something, you know what I mean? Some shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. I mean, like people can't forget that. Exactly. It's like we get so used to it. And it's like out of the blue, there's actual aliens coming in. And, we're just like, it's SpaceX. It's SpaceX.
You just see like 10 fucking like Star Wars shits coming. You're like, oh fucking shit, SpaceX.
SpaceX.
Hey, then they.
I mean, that's what's gonna happen. I think that could be it. I mean, it'd be so simple to actually introduce it that way.
That's what's it called? Trump introduced, I think, his first term. I don't, you know what I mean, in politics, but whatever. But Trump introduced Space Force, whatever, Space Force
X.
X.
Yeah, dude, that
Yes.
shit is going crazy. Have you heard of the interesting shit they're doing?
Nah, I haven't heard it, but I
Dude,
that shit's.
they are going crazy. Like, there is some interesting, crazy shit going on in Space
I
Force.
can guarantee you they're making like ships and shit we don't know. Like the movie 2012.
Right.
Remember the movie 2012, right?
Oh, no, we're way beyond that. We're like fucking interdimensional at this point.
I know that, but like remember the movie 2012 where all the rich people went in the submarines?
Right.
That's what I feel like Area 51 is, and like other Navy places are. They have hidden shit technology that's crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, they already said they spent $21 trillion underground.
On a bunker.
Yeah, because they're actually worried about like the entire world falling apart.
Yeah, because if it's sad to say, like I don't like talking like is my like what you said. Your grandfather was a World War vet, and my uncle was in the Air Force. You know what I mean? Fucking, I love the Air Force, bro. I wish I was a little tall enough,
Air
but thank God I
Force are
wasn't.
tough. People don't know. Air
Yeah,
Force
because
people are
Air Force,
tough.
you know what my uncle would say? Noah, we're the eyes in the sky, baby. You can't even see us, and we'll see you before they
100%.
see us. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's what my buddy, my uncle, my wife's uncle said. He said, always look up. Always
Always look
look
up.
up.
Yeah, but it's crazy now. The technology, these missiles go faster than this. Like
Then
it's
you can't
we don't
see
want.
it. Yeah, you ain't gonna see it. Well,
It's like,
well, I'll be honest. Here's what happened during 9/11.
yeah.
I was in Vegas, right? Out of the blue, I couldn't get my thing. We ended up pressing, and I heard bam, bam, and I look up. I see a jet from here go to there. It
Shut
was
the
gone.
fuck up. So
It
it's
went
probably
from here to
protected.
there. It was boom, and I looked up, and it was from here to there. It was like a split second, and like to think of how far it traveled. It's thousands of miles. Like it was so quick. It
So
was
was that the
insane.
9/11 day or the week? Wait, when was that?
No, it
Was
was
that the
right at
same day?
9/11, right when it happened. They were heading
So,
to they
so
were
they
heading to
probably were
heading to
heading, or
Vegas.
they're probably heading, or they're heading. Also, if you know the conspiracy, they were heading to Hoover Dam, because that's where one of the planes wanted to travel. It would have never make its way. It could have, but you know how they wanted to have one of the planes come all the way to the Hoover Dam
Dude, it was
or somewhere from
scary.
that shit. Dude, I was how
Dude,
old? I was
I
like
believe
4 years.
it,
I was
dude.
4 years old.
Like I said, I
I was
was
like
in
4.
Vegas at the time. I couldn't get out because they closed the airport. And I was like, bam, bam. My wife, the chick I was at the time, she taking pictures, and it was boom, boom, and it was like you could just see this airplane went from here to there so fucking fast. It blew my fucking mind just to see how fast they go. You know what I mean?
If me and you were trying to go that fast, me and you would probably pass out. Have you seen the videos where like they have the guys that go fast in like
Oh,
the jets and they pass out? You know what I mean? That shit's
dude. Well, they say they have this technology where they can actually simulate it and slow it down so we won't pass out.
yeah, damn. I want to try to go into what, dude. Imagine you go to your house and you just had like an Air Force jet. You'd be like, I want to go to fucking Vegas real quick. You know what I mean?
Dude,
But technology is so crazy now. Nobody thought there'd be Teslas. You know what I mean?
dude, what they went from boom, it was like boom out of the blue. I seen him here and he went from there. I was like, oh my God, they were hauling ass, these jets.
Because,
It was insane. And they were
because I
obviously heading west or east towards the towers. It was insane.
That's 9/11. That's fucking crazy. I saw a lot of documentary movies.
Well,
It's
you
I
understand,
just
like a lot of these jets, you're not allowed to go supersonic over like land.
you're only
Unless
supposed to go
unless
like I
there's like
think
an
it's like
emergency like that. These guys, It was insane to see how fast these guys hauled ass when they were like, "All right, head to New York," and this guy's out. I was in Las Vegas, and this dude, poof, and it was gone. It was gone. Like car alarms are going off. You know what I mean? It was insane, dude. It was insane when you see that happen.
Yeah, our military is fucking advanced as fuck.
Well, that's why, like, a lot of Democrats, as much as I was a Democrat, I'm like independent at this point, but in general, you got to think the Republicans protect the earth. Like, that's the whole point. Like, they worry about everything. So, like, as much as everybody hates it, that's where they are. They are very protective.
Yeah, Republicans. I don't. It's sad to say. Like, I don't know. There's Democrats that are in the military. I support the military, but I feel like I'm like I don't want to say I'm Republican or independent, but I voted for Trump. You know what I mean? Just because I didn't want to have the person that was running it. You know what I mean? I didn't trust Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like, who would trust that two people, right? Like what you said. Like, if Joe Biden won, he would be in a fucking wheelchair.
Well, they already
Like,
said that. Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
but you know what I mean? It's like, why would you want someone like in that health to run? You know what I mean? And I'm not against
Well, if you're
females.
in
I
the
have a mom. I
wheelchair,
have
also, you got to kind
a
of worry about their cognitive, whatever it is, their mental stability, whatever you want to say.
yeah. I'm not against like females. I have a mother and I have aunts and shit, and I have a niece and stuff. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like to run this country right now, it has to be like a male. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
But I'm not against who like that's why I'm saying I'm not even like I'm not even a hater because I have family that are Democrats, and that's why you can't like people. You know, some people
Well, no, I think a woman can run the country. It's
of
just
course
not
that
the time.
yes,
It's just not the time, right?
yeah, not the time, yeah.
It is what it is.
Alex, I love you, and I have nothing to say about that. I'm not I'm not the president. I feel that's the only
Well,
downfall. You know what I mean?
I don't think if Biden and Kamala changed seats, I don't think it would have made a big difference.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like what you said that the Republicans always had like that military to protect. You know what I mean? They always
Right.
wanted to
I
make
mean,
sure. They
that's what
always
people
wanted to make.
like. I mean, I don't know why. This is the whole thing people need to stand on. Republicans protect us, right? Should we
Yeah,
all just bow down and give up on everything? It would make no sense.
nah. But I feel like at
That's
the end
why
of
it
the day,
goes back and forth, right?
yeah, it's fucking money, man. It's all about money.
No, and it's also
That,
about protection. I can't give up.
yeah,
We wouldn't. I honestly, I would never ever be a complete Democrat and just give up and bow down.
yeah, true that.
Nobody wants to do that.
True that.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, cheers. That's right. Fireball in the building. That cinnamon. That cinnamon roll. Just imagine, like, if you eat cinnamon rolls, just think about that. Like, what Steve will do it says. I know he always, like, you know how, like, Steve will do it? He always says, when he drinks and shit, like what you do, it's mind over matter. You don't think about it. It's fucking just.
Oh yeah.
Just
Well, when
bullet.
I first started it, it was what was my buddy in Florida? He said, oh man, what was the comment? It was I forget. Damn, why did I forget it? It was like live or die or I forget.
Live or die, die hard. I don't know.
No. It was go big or go home, or I forget. Something like that. God damn it, why can't I forget it?
You know the Dodgers are playing the Angels. It's a freeway series this weekend.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that coming up, dude. Man, when I was at that last game, it was so fucking hot, dude.
So where were you? Where were you? Left or right
Yeah,
field?
I was on the left field, right in the middle of the sun, like fucking 6 rows deep. Dude, we it was great because I was like, man, most people are right-handed and they're gonna pull the ball right towards us, right?
Yeah.
And they did, but man, it was fucking hot as fuck.
That's why I wish all stadiums were indoor.
Well, it was
You know what I
hilarious.
mean?
I turned and looked, and like everybody up in the shade was in the shade. So everybody backed up and I backed up and everybody started just backing up in the shade. It was hilarious.
That's why I like Dodger Stadium, because if you're like behind third base, and the games are like at 7, and then like third base, like same as Angel Stadium, I think, like third base behind, like at that time, that's when the shade starts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this game was like 1 o'clock, I think. So it was
Yeah,
a little too early. It was a little too
that's when
early.
the
It was a
sun
little too
that's when
early.
the sun said, "Hello, wake up."
Yeah, I mean, if it would have been like 3 or 4 o'clock, because like right about like 3, 4 o'clock, that's when it covered the whole field. Exactly. Dab time. Oh, look at that fireball. I got a half of one to go. Yeah, dude, everybody wants you to come over, dude. So eventually I got to get you my address. You got to swing by.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I love the rig. What's that rig? Is that a Toro?
It's a my buddy Don Rob. I wish it was more clean, but it's like it reminds me of a Klein.
I like that.
I got the Kobe, like the Kobe, I mean, not the Kobe, Laker color,
Is that
and
a
like,
is that a 14 millimeter?
yeah, 14, no, 10, 10,
10?
10, 10, yeah, I think so. Wait, right?
I don't know.
10?
Yeah, that looks 10.
This,
That looks tiny.
yeah. I like, and this guy made it for me in like 3, 4 days.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. The Vegas guys. I brought him some like rosin, hooked him up from California. Because one of my buddies lived in Echo Park, and he moved to Henderson,
Hell
and
yeah.
I met all of his buddies in Nevada. It's pretty. That's where I might move soon because my dad might retire out there.
Henderson, that's a beautiful area.
Yeah, but we'll keep a vacation because we have a vacation home in Oxnard. You know Oxnard.
Yeah.
That's why you're lucky. You live right there near the ocean.
Yeah, I'm by
You got that
Newport Beach now.
you got that little breeze. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Beautiful. Well, Long
I
Beach
can't
was cool, but Long Beach was like a south facing beach.
south facing. I grew up. I don't know if I told you. I grew up like in Orange County too.
Oh yeah. I
I moved.
love
I
Orange
moved.
County.
I moved around from Garden Grove, fucking Westminster, Huntington Beach, and the final destination was the nicest place, Mountain Valley.
Yeah, my kid's
I
going
miss.
to Huntington Beach High School.
That's nice. My brother graduated from Mountain Valley.
Hell yeah, bud.
I like that area. No, like I live in the valley. I live in like in the valley of LA. And don't get me wrong, I live in a good area, but you know how every place you live in, there's gonna be parts where
Well,
it's gonna be like,
everybody don't like Santa Ana, right? But I don't mind it. I think it's nice.
how is it? How is like? Is there like homeless people? Like a lot of homeless people in
No,
Santa
not
Ana or
as
not?
not as like much as Long Beach. Long Beach fucked
So,
it all up. Long Beach ruined it.
and they're not doing nothing about it too, or what? The cops or anything? They're like,
Yeah,
fuck it.
the Long Beach guys don't give a shit. Because back in the day, me and my kid used to like skate all around it, and now out of the blue, there's all these homeless guys. And it's like, I mean, I know people are freaking out. I think most people don't understand, like, if you're out here. But I mean, these
But that's
homeless
why, like
guys
my
like are
family, like
mean.
because you know,
They're really these guys are mean. They're really mean. They'll yell at you and shit.
didn't you say you're from Ohio?
Yeah.
So my family, my mom's from Flint, Michigan, and my uncle is from Toledo, Toledo, Ohio. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, these
But
homeless guys are mean. They'll yell at you and shit. It's like, chill out, dude.
they start yelling at for no reason.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? That's why I didn't like hanging out there. I was like, we're having issues. They literally run out like in the middle of the night and be like, "I'm sleeping here," and I was
It's
like,
pretty.
"Dude, we're in the middle of
It's
the lighthouse." You know what I mean?
and it's pretty sad, dude. Where like people are paying money. Like I get it, dude. Like people are homeless. It happens, right? Like fuck, dude. I
Trust
don't
me,
know.
I agree. I agree 100%. But I wouldn't be in the area and then complain while people's coming by. Okay. I agree with you 100%. And I understand. I understand homelessness. Okay. But then it's like, hey, dude, I'm at the lighthouse. Why are you skateboarding around us? And it's like, well, dude, don't be at the lighthouse.
Maybe they want to go fishing at nighttime.
They start yelling, hey, stop skateboarding around us.
But I think the only way homeless people could get kicked out, or like what they call them transits, because I used to work at Universal, and the security would tell me they call them transits.
Right.
It's a nicer word. I'm like, what the hell? Well, like, what's the difference? You know, I mean, it's a word, but they say private property they get kicked out, but I don't know, dog. You never know with homeless people. I just walk around them, or I just fucking. You never know what they have under their fucking shirt or something, dog. A knife or fucking some shit.
Yeah, Grant. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They stress me all that. I just like I'm down here in Orange County right now where they don't give a shit and they will fuck you up. If you're fucking homeless, they will just go bam, bam, bam.
Shit.
They don't mess around here. I mean,
Well, I
Orange County
miss.
is like we're Republican, and I don't know what that means even. Like, I don't even want to be a Republican, but I sure as hell don't want homeless people everywhere.
Nah, yeah.
Like, I don't even know what that means. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you're Democrat, you just let everybody live wherever you want.
Hey, but
It was
I
like I thought
can't.
it was like,
You,
well, I guess I'm Republican. I guess I'm Republican.
bro, my family in the East Coast talk so much shit to how like me and my some of my family live in California still. Just how much we pay in
Right.
like state tax, like because we have
Dude,
like houses.
exactly. I was like, how much is my rent? Three
Hey,
thousand a month. And they freak the
and
fuck out.
guess who raises our shit? The Democrats. It's not the Republicans. That's what's funny.
No shit. It's
it's a
insane.
but it's like New York too, and New York is all Democrats, and the prices to live in New York is expensive. I have family that live there too. It's like, but anywhere you go is expensive. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Well, I
But my
know, and
family that
everybody's like, well, you should move to Ohio. And it's like, well, if I move to Ohio, I'm not making like $15,000 a month. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not making the same. It wouldn't work. You know what I mean? I mean, I
nah, it
get what
would.
you're saying. You're right. I'm paying $3,000 a month out here, but I can't make $3,000 a month in Ohio.
You just have people just have to have good jobs out there, and it's rare to have a job out there like that that pays like that.
Well, dude, when I was in Ohio, it was like I think my wife was making like $30,000 a week. Very small. Didn't make
That's
sense.
but it's
And then for me to, I mean, I'm sure I can offset it in the black market, but that would be insane.
just I hope prices go down. You know what I mean? It's just fuck, dude.
Yeah.
I'll never buy a Tesla. Like I have family that have Teslas, but I don't know. I go to
Bullshit.
Vegas.
I will put $1 billion you buy a Tesla. Once you buy a Tesla, you're just
You're gonna
gonna
see
owe
me.
me money. I just
Aiden
want
Ross
you.
is gonna
I
give me a
just want you to give me
Cybertruck.
$100 a month for the rest of your life. Once you buy a Tesla.
So Aiden Ross is gonna give it to me too.
Bullshit. You ain't gonna buy a Tesla. I'm gonna give you a Tesla just to win the bet. Oh, shit. That's funny. We're giving Noah to us Tesla. Everybody donate.
No, but the only thing about the Tesla, you gotta like, is I go to Vegas, and I rather just drive there because the flying. I'm not saying it's a hassle. If I go by myself, I fly. But if I go with, like, my family, I just drive because three and a half hours for hour, like, for $100 there, $100 there back in gas, $200. You know what I mean? Not bad, right?
Yeah, that ain't bad.
It just sucks when you drive back. Whoever's driving is gonna be hungover.
Well, that's why we gotta go on a cruise, bud.
We got to, man. I haven't been on a cruise
Because
yet.
like you and me, I guarantee if we rocked a cruise, we'll fucking get some money, dude. We'll fucking have them pay for our cruise.
Hey, but how do cruise ships work? Because my uncle told me because
They're
I
so
could walk,
cheap,
but
bud.
no, I could walk, but you know how they say that, like, you know how because where you port is because the cruise ships are so big, you have to walk like a little distance. Don't they have
Dude,
bikes
I
forever?
will get you a fucking a
Like you get, don't
scooter.
they have like
We'll
those?
fucking be zipping around there. I guarantee it. I'll be on the
No,
back.
no, no, not this. No, I'll be walk. I can walk. I'm just saying, like, you know the port. You know, like the port
Right.
where don't
No,
they have like those guys
you
in the
probably
bicycle?
want a scooter, to be honest with you, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna find a Latino over there too. I want to find a
Oh,
beautiful
dude, we're
wife.
gonna fucking hit it.
I'm gonna
Dude,
find a
we're gonna have
beautiful
some
wife.
fun. Dude, we're gonna have so much fun. Dude, I'm excited. We gotta get this going. We gotta own a whole ship. I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna like I think we got enough people to own a whole ship. I think we
We
gotta
just
get
gotta have
about
a Jeff
like
Bezos yacht. We gotta
I
get
think
Jeff.
if we
We
get
gotta tell
about like
Jeff.
two I think if we get like 2,000 people, we might be able to take over a whole ship. And then we'll just smoke on it and be like, fuck you guys. We're all smoking. Uh,
Cheers.
cheers. Fuck you guys.
We'll have our own Coast Guard too, and they're gonna protect us. They're like, fuck them.
Well, I mean, if they have sex cruises, they should have our cruises, right?
Oh, shit, I want to join their sex cruise. Fuck. They have those no jokes. I never heard of those. What the fuck? Sex cruise? That's some
Oh, I
crazy
already
shit.
found those. I'm gonna send you me and Noah. Me and Noah's going on the sex cruise. Yeah, they got these crazy sex cruises that are like they'll do everything, dude. Dude, you will fucking be like a pro at it. You'll be just laying there, just having women hop on you. Here's Noah on a sex cruise. It'll be just him just laying down.
You funny son of a gun.
Dude, I love you, bud. Dude, we're gonna
You
get you
too.
on it, and then you're gonna thank me later. Dude, like literally when I'm on YouTube, all I'm doing is YouTube cruises, and there is sex cruises. Me and my boy Noah. Noah's just gonna be just laying there, just tied down.
Bro, you should see me in Vegas.
They're gonna have Noah tied down, and they're just gonna be jumping on top of him.
I'll be fucking lit, bro.
Dude,
Every time I
dude,
go to Vegas,
dude,
all the girls and shit, like when I go like to the like to the bars at nighttime in Vegas, and I go to they have like the dance places,
Yeah, yeah.
and there's always there's always gonna be like that single mom or that single person, whatever, like single girl. I'm just looking at I just eye her down, and just that dude. I look like that's why I like being my size because it's like nobody never tried it one time. You know what I mean?
Dude, I guarantee you get everything.
I'm a lucky charm, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I
buddy.
mean?
Alex. Oh, yeah, bud. All right, dab time.
Dude, I'm enjoying this weather because I think it's gonna be hot as fuck next week.
Dude, the heat wave is heading your way for sure.
I live in the valley, so and the valley is like the circle. I live in the circle, so it's like Vegas.
Right. Yeah, you got a heat wave heading your way.
When's the last time you ever went to Six Flags?
Ohio.
Ohio?
Yeah.
That's right,
I
Ohio, Six
think they
Flags.
ended up killing it. But Ohio was cool. Dab time.
That's right.
Hot.
I like clear rigs too because you can see the smoke and shit. You know what I mean? I like when a rig is has color and you can see through it. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And it's easier to clean when you can see through the fucking rig too.
One of my favorites. This one is a sick rig. And I got my finger hot.
They always say what Diddy says: you piss on the finger, makes it better, right?
Exactly. That's how Diddy does it. You squeeze a little piss on the finger. Don't forget to piss on the finger.
It's crazy that people all have all this money. What they do, fucking dumbasses. Guy's worth fucking almost $1 billion, and he's about to be in jail for life.
He did. He loves to piss on the finger. Cheers.
But for sure, we got to sesh up big this weekend or some
Yeah,
shit.
buddy. Whenever you want, bud. Yeah, dude. I'm gonna get the entire um uh the thing. Yeah, I want to get Modelo and
Fireball this weekend.
fireballs. Yeah, that's it. Everybody's ready.
That's right.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers, cheers.
Wait.
But we for sure dab this weekend though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how it goes. Anyway. He'll be fine.
All right, I'm gonna take this dabs and I'm gonna log off. Then I'll see you. Hopefully, we'll dab up more tomorrow or Saturday or
Yeah,
tomorrow
let's
Friday.
do it, dude. All right. Cheers, bud.
Cheers, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. And Alex and everybody, I love y'all. And Nick, you know what I mean? Cheers, boys and
Rock.
girls and aliens out there to listen to us. Yeah. Alex is a nice guy. He's always at every stream I see. Always at every stream. You'll be on some later or probably tomorrow, Nick.
Tonight. Peace.
If you're here tonight, I'll join.
All right, bud.
All right, see you, Nick.
Have time.